1, 2, 1, 2. Looks like mic is functional. Hello everyone, it is that time of the week again. I'm your host, Half Mango, and it is... Welcome to another scheduled stream of whatever the hell this is. I hope everyone's been well the past week or so since my last stream. Jesus Christ, real talk for the moment there. I was frantically searching for this overlay. This scene I have, because my brain loves shutting down in the middle of whatever the heck it's doing and then just forget about what I'm supposed to do. I love it. It's great. Doesn't that happen to you guys? I hope not, actually. Actually, speaking of which, didn't Microsoft kinda excuse the vulgar language, but shat itself for something today? I think I saw something happening. I don't know the details though. Also, hello Teal. It's good to see that you are what was it? Damn it, I forgot. You are the first in my stream today. How are you doing today, buddy? How's the week been treating you? Imagine having a functioning brain. Imagine having a brain, right? Like, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Look at this big ass head. Does this look like it has a brain? I mean, what? Huh? Don't worry about it. Work? That's not the most entertaining thing. Work smile. Hope the work ain't being a douchebag. Though, considering the track record of your work being a douchebag 9 out of 10, that seems unlikely, but hey. A man can dream, right? Excuse me. Let's see here. Everything's under control. But yeah, I heard something about Microsoft and the security systems blowing the hell up and half the planet is on fire right now or something or other. I don't know the details because I don't do Twitter and I don't really keep up with the worldwide news on real time. But that's something a birdie told me along the way. Who knows what the hell's going on out there. And I live under a rock, so yeah, there's that too. But otherwise, not much has been going on my side. I streamed last week. In the meantime, something happened. Oh, okay, I'll be honest, I don't even remember what I've been doing the past week or so. This week kind of passed by. You know that feeling when something feels like it's passing by slow, but then you think back and you have no idea what happened? And it just passed by, the week's just gone like that. The past week has been that. Like, it didn't feel particularly fast or anything because I haven't been busy or anything. But I just think back and I'm just going, what the hell happened the past week or so? I'm not sure about the Microsoft issue, but I'm not surprised, to be honest. Fair. Technical issues, our bane in the 21st century, one of the centuries of all time. It's great. Let's see. Okay, that's all working. And yeah, oh, sorry. Who the hell's trying to text me at this hour? Spam! No, get out of here. Be gone. I don't need you. I don't need some $200 trillion from some guy in India, or I don't know. I forgot. Evo. Oh yeah, Evo's happening. I read, like, I saw some streamers that I know are going to Evo. That's base as hell. Isn't Evo surprisingly big this year? Or rather, this time around. That's what I heard. I could be wrong, I could be gaslighting myself, as I always do. But I heard something about Evo being kind of hype this time around. You would assume so. Granted, the fighting game scene has been kind of based this year with who's this? The Marvel 2 or rather UMVC collection thingamajigs and whatnot. So yeah, that was exciting news. When was that? That was a couple months ago. I remember Maximilian dude losing his absolute shit with that. Marvel's back, baby. Marvel's always back. What, UMVC 3 and what is it? MVCI? But we don't talk about those in this household, I guess. Oh, Teal has discovered something. Ooh, SF3 is on the line. Ooh, okay, that's cool. That's very cool. That's quite based, actually. Street Fighter 3, Third Strike. Yeah, that's hype as hell. You care about nothing else except Third Strike. Granted, Third Strike is a hype ass entry in the hype ass series. So yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. Oh yeah, Under Night 2. Under Night, cool as hell. If they had Marvel, now that would be truly Marvel is back, baby. But we'll see, I guess. Hopefully Marvel will be back soon. You know, like, we getting a UMVC collection gives me hope that Marvel might actually come back. Marvel might make a comeback, but we'll see, I guess. That's that. By the way, Teal, side note, since you are here, I have been thinking about talking about, like, I did mention in Sunga's Discord that I might do a DFO rant today. And the reason for that is because the recent KDNF patch is cringe. Man, I'm taking a break from the game. I'm still keeping up with the video game, right? And then, but I'm trying to keep up with the news, and it's okay. Let me, before we get started with the actual content of today's stream, let me give you let me start. Hold on, let me change the stream title because it's kind of impromptu. Hold on, stream manager. How does one function? Here we go. You can't wait. Oh, hold on. DFO news time first, then. Okay, so we are gonna do a short DFO news time. This is very unorthodox. In case there's anyone in chat who's somehow gotten into my streams ever since my return, is going like, what the heck is this guy talking about? What is this DFO he's talking about? More like these nuts. I'm sorry, why am I like this? So there is a video game called Dungeon Fighter Online that I used to play, and I used to be its official content creator. That's how I got into streaming, actually. And I'm taking a break right now, but I'm still keeping up with news. It's news. It's a game from South Korea. It's pretty fun. It's like a 2D beat 'em up kind of RPG video game. And KDNF, which refers to the Korean server of the game, it's basically the most recent endgame content, which is the new Legion dungeon called the Awakened Forest. Before I get to its rants, hold on, let me show you. And Teal, you have the front seat. But let me show you, Teal, the and whoever else is in the hold on, where is it? The trailer for it before we get started. If I can find their YouTube channel. I love how I look for the game. I put the game's title in the YouTube channel. Excuse me, the YouTube search, and the freaking official channel does not show up. What is happening? Where is it? Please. Did their freaking YouTube channel explode? You are in for a world of treat. Do I have to write the full title of the game? Oh my god. YouTube, you stink. Fine. Okay, got it. Whatever. Okay, hold on. Let me just put this up here. Also music. Man, I'm so scuffed with streaming. I'm so bad at streaming. Scuffed is the best. Hold on, let me. Hold on. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So we have this. Let me show you the trailer first. The trailer is admittedly pretty cool. It looks cool, and I think the dungeon itself is, at least visually speaking, really well done. But let's watch the trailer first and then talk about it. Hold on. Let me not blast your ears first. Lower the volume a little bit. There we go. Okay. First, the trailer.
아직 끝나지 않아. 처음으로 돌아가리라.
Okay. They cooked a bit with the visuals. Just a quick background of the dungeon. This is a Legion dungeon, which means it's more weeklies. I love having a million weeklies in the game. Who wouldn't? The first three bosses, these three things are the normal bosses. And basically this guy, this little fox, and its forms are the quote-unquote extreme difficulty, or the C4, let's just say. This Legion, just like Largo or Dusky Island, has a C4, or rather it's called extreme in this case, difficulty, where it's gonna be bloody difficult. And I see KDNF players already exploding, there's craniums getting blown up by the boss. And I'm not gonna comment about the internals of the dungeon, because I don't have my hands on it yet for obvious reasons. But it seemed very Toho. If you're not familiar with what Toho, it's a bullet hell game where the screen gets filled up with a hazardous amount of projectiles, and you just get showered and bombarded. It seemed very Toho-y, but at the very least, your hitbox gets replaced not by the size of a character, but with a different unified hitbox for all characters, which is, thank God, because if you're playing something with a giant fat ass dumpy like Avenger, then good luck dodging anything, right? Thank God they changed that. But the dungeon looks cool. Visually, it looks fantastic. The soundtrack is fantastic. The sprite work is, as always, why even bother talking about it? It's great. Here's the problem, though. Teal, let me ask you a question. Teal, were you there during the 100 cap days? Were you there, and did you play the Black Purgatory? And did you farm the Black Purgatory equipment? Or rather, the upgrade that's applied on the equipment that you have? Hold on. In case you need a reminder on what it was, okay, I'll take that as a yes. The way that stupid thing functioned is you have a gear, your gear does damage, and you can increase its damage, but the way it's increased is random. You basically roll like a D18 and hope for the best. That's how it worked. That's actually how it worked back then. Here is the magic word. This asshats, these ass bags, what they did with this is BP, but worse. It's actually worse than BP, and I'm not even kidding. Here's how this stupid thing works. So you have these fusion epics. The fusion epics, they updated it so that every fusion epic has 3 lines on it. 1 damage line, and 2 whatever the heck lines that don't do any damage. With the stuff you get from this Legion dungeon, what you can do is basically you can upgrade one of these lines. But do you get a choice? No, you don't. You roll a die, and if you get the right one, you can upgrade the damage line, and you can upgrade up to 3 times on each piece. Which means you basically have to roll a 3-sided die 3 times, and get the right roll 3 times in a row, and then you're done with the piece. And you can do this for 6 pieces. So you have to do this 6 times in a row. And if you screw up, you can reset the piece to have no rolls on it. In other words, let's say you get the triple defense line, which is dog shit in this video game because damage is king in this video game. So you reset it, and then you can attempt to get the damage lines again. Emphasis on attempt, because there is no ceiling to this. It's entirely RNG, and you have to do it on 6 pieces. And here is, get a load of this. If you change your setup, get fucked, because you cannot inherit this. It's stuck on that piece. If you change your setup, then you have to do it all over again. Why? Why would you do this? Freaking Director Zhong, who was the director for DFOG for a while and then moved on to become the director for KDNF, he used to be so based in DFOG. Now he's like one of the worst things to ever exist. I don't know what the hell is happening. Why is this happening? Also, I'm not even done here. Here, okay, that's fine, okay? You know what's worse? You know how Legion dungeons give out tokens? If you beat a Legion dungeon, you get 4 tokens, right? And then you can do those tokens to like get some goodies from the shops, right? You can trade in for like some beads or whatever the hell. You know how many tokens we get from this dungeon per character? 1. A singular 1. You get 1 token per run. Why? Why would you do this? Whose idea was this? Why would you do this? I don't understand. Dude, you tripping? No, I am not kidding, buddy. I am not kidding. I am 100% dead serious. I am. Look at my face. Look at my face. Do I look like I'm tripping? Nah, man. I'm dead serious. This dungeon is designed. This dungeon was designed somehow, and we have this crazy system. The coin economy is dying, folks. We have this crazy system where your damage upgrade is entirely RNG, and the bonus stuffs have been cut down 1 to 4. Or 4 to 1, excuse me. What is happening? Why would he do this? Why would they do this? I don't understand. Yeah, I don't know. I think KDNF is honestly not looking that good. I don't know why it's happening. So that's the... If you have any questions on anything else about what the hell's happening in KDNF right now, ask away. But I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's not looking great. Yeah, I don't know whatever the hell is happening with this video game right now. But we are... I mean, I'm not, but because I'm not playing the game anymore, but yeah. Hey guys, do you know that box of bad ideas we have in the corner? Let's use all of them for this Legion dungeon. Maybe they did that. Also, funny thing actually, you know this game is published by Neopol, a company in Korea. Neopol is having a strike right now. Like, the devs are actually going on a strike right now. So, yeah, that's great as well. Which is kind of funny. Imagine a situation where the players take pity on the company, not the devs, when the devs are having a strike. Freaking excellent. But it's a situation right now. This is an event. Things are happening. Yeah, it is. But that was a... what a time! This is one of the timelines of all time. Yeah, I'll be honest, I did consider maybe coming back to DFOG if this Legion dungeon turned out to be good. Well, I guess if nothing else, I don't have to worry about not having enough time to play ZZZ for a while. That's quite sad. Okay, enough. Imagine playing DFO in 2024, right? Imagine playing DFO in 2024. Man, I wonder what happened, right? Like, freaking Director Zhong used to be so based in DFOG, and then he's making all these insane decisions. wonder what's happening actually. Well, probably in a couple of weeks or so, they're probably gonna do a stream where they come out and explain what the heck they're doing and then probably apologize to the players. They do that every several months. So we'll see what happens, I guess. Anyhow, whatever the case, that's enough DFO rant for the day. Yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The exam will be next Tuesday, 8 a.m. in the morning in the Hall C. Please don't come punctually. You are not allowed to bring any helpful materials, and the exam will be for 10 minutes long. Alright, see you next Tuesday. No, I'm just kidding. There's no exam. There's no exam. I'm just tripping. Thanks, I'm dropping the class tomorrow. Man. More like dropping the effigy. I mean, what? Huh? I didn't say anything. Okay, enough, what is it? Sad stories for one day. Let's move on to something else. Let's move on to the good video game, which is ZZZ. What was that? Huh? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's move on to ZZZ. One good news about ZZZ is they actually recently announced, or rather, they revealed the VAs. Grace is pretty? Oh yeah, true. True. Based actually. They actually, hold on. Let me just change this main menu. ZZZ versus there we go. And then let me change the stream title as well. Also, side note, random side note. I don't know why this is happening to my. What's my? Wait, where's? Oh, here it is. My Twitch, but it has this issue where the follow-up count is very inconsistent. It fluctuates between 450, anywhere between 450 to 470, seemingly randomly. I don't know why it happens. I guess that's a 454 right now, and once in a while it's like 462, and then it changed to 455. I don't know what the hell is happening. Twitch being Twitch? True! Very true. Okay. But yeah, today I considered what should I do, ZZZ, or why do I still have DF on screen? Hold on. Let me just bring out some. Up there. I didn't mean to do that, excuse me. There we go. Get this dog shit video game out of my face. Holy moly. Why am I so angry? Yeah, but it's I did consider, should I talk about ZZZ today or Genshin today? Unfortunately, there's a situation going on with Genshin right now with because I didn't really want to talk about this on stream too much either, because it's kind of a sensitive topic and it's rather not a good news. So I know I don't want to turn my stream into some gloom fest where I just talk about gloomy things. But TLDR, Genshin is having a major update, which is coming next month. The 5.0 Natlan update, where they're basically revealing a new region, which is inspired slash who's it? They took some cultural aspects of Latin America and some parts of Africa, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong because I haven't looked into it too detailed. And let's just say some representations have been questionable, to say the least, and people have been quite angry about it, and the situation has been messy. And I thought, well, I don't know if I really want to talk about Genshin after that. Because I thought, well, let's talk about the fun video game, which is ZZZ right now. A side note, speaking of ZZZ. Yo, when is Yanagi coming? Please, I need Yanagi so bad. Please, give me Hoyo. Please, give me Hoyo. Give me Yanagi, and my soul is yours. I mean, what? Huh? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So I have opinions about this. I'm not at the level of anger that people has about that. Yeah, I'm not. Okay. I guess I might as well say my opinion about it. It's just so we're on the record. I condone and approve that some people do get pissed off about this. Though I think some, like, of course, this is a vocal minority because there is always a vocal minority in every group of people out there. There's no exception. There are people who are saying very extreme things about the situation on both sides, which is concerning to say the least. I myself, again, as I mentioned, I condone and approve it, but I'm also not at the point where I'm gonna take any active actions against it. Not that I can, because one, I don't spend money on this video game, and two, I'm not getting paid to stream. What are you guys talking about? It's like, I don't do any commercial acts regarding MiHoYo or any of their video games. But also, I've been dealing with the... Okay, this is real talk. Like, this is not me. This is not Mango anymore. This is a person behind Mango talking. I've honestly been through a lot of discrimination through my life. Pretty much in my entire life. And I've reached a point where I'm just tired, honestly. And I sympathize with people who feel the discrimination about the situation and they feel anger about it. I 100% condone and sympathize with it. But here is me being completely honest. I don't know if MiHoYo will actually take actions. Not because MiHoYo is a group of discriminating bastards, but more because money reasons. Because ultimately MiHoYo is a company, right? They make video games and they get paid making video games. And unfortunately, the fact of the matter is, if they did all these changes, I doubt they would see a massive increase in income. Unless that suddenly made the global player base suddenly spend like 5 times more money. If, for example, if they change this and if the global player base would start spending like 5 times more money, they would 100% do it. No doubt about it. But unfortunately, right now, I think China and Japan are the top 2 most, the highest revenue regions for Genshin. And by a wide margin, I think China and Japan constitute more than half of their revenue. And this, I wouldn't say I'm completely familiar with the culture in China and Japan, but going by what knowledge I have, I don't know how to put this without completely offending some people, but unfortunately, they are not the most familiar with, characters of varying colors, ethnicities, tones, and whatnot. And I've seen like popularity votes, and unfortunately, the characters with the more unique traits are a little lower on their popularity, and clearly that would lead to commercial revenue. And so they have to listen to the bigger voice, which is the bigger money pool. Of course, I'm not trying to say that what they're doing is right, naturally not. But unfortunately, about 99% of the companies on this planet revolve around the principle of, if it's broken but makes money, why fix it? And that's unfortunate to say the least. I mean, not that I'm complaining, because I myself personally, first of all, when I evaluate like creative stuffs such as video games, stories, and movies or whatnot, my principle is always, if it's not good, it might as well be new and creative. So if I see a new characters with new kinds of designs and a very unique aspects to them, I would be glad to see them. I would be happy to see them. So if this does bring about change, then I would be more than happy about it. But again, as I said, being completely objective about it, I'm not sure if MiHoYo is gonna actually take any actions to it. So I don't know if this is 100% true about this, but since their audience is really China, they want to match their beauty standards. Most of the designs in Genshin would have followed that standard. Yeah, that's exactly my opinion on that as well. Unfortunately, it's a Chinese video game, and China is no doubt the region that spends the most money in the video game, followed by, I think, Japan, and I think the rest of the planet only constitute about 20 to 25% of their revenue. So you gotta listen to the people who spend the most money if you're a company. Unfortunately, that's what a company does. You gotta earn money. Yep. Unfortunately, that's the standards doesn't include the darker skin. This is also why I'm not the biggest fan of most of the characters' design. Yeah, that's true as well. It's I don't know. It's kind of an unfortunate situation. And I myself personally, I myself personally, like, the real person behind Mango is, you guys probably know this, but is an Asian. And, you know, it might be, some people might be saying filthy rich coming from an Asian, and I'm like, you're right, I'm an Asian. I don't know how it feels to be a person of a darker skin tone. But I've also gone through, like, discrimination my entire life, and I know how shitty it is. And it's a difficult situation. It is not mandatory to have dark-skinned characters. However, dark-skinned gray color palette in a character. Yeah, it's, first of all, like, having all the characters with a very similar tone. It's kind of boring. That is, like, the most underlying issue for me. It's throw something else out for once. It's getting a little redundant at this point. And the other thing is, there is also the issue of believability. Granted, the world of Tivat, which is the world of Genshin, it's made by MiHoYo and its writers. So if they say, oh, the people here, they don't have, like, skin tones. If they say that, then there's nothing I can say about it because it's the world they made. But if it's inspired by a... For example, let's say this. Let's say Genshin 6.9 update adds a world inspired by Lord of the Rings, where... to be specific, where they're like hobbits, right? And then there's not, and then the world is updated, and there's not a single hobbit in the video game. And they say, "Oh, there's just no hobbit here." Then okay, so they say, if they say that, there's nothing you can do to argue against it. But it's also hard to make it believable, because if it's inspired by the thing, then it would be natural for people from that place to fill the area and the environment. And when you're telling a story, whether it be video games, movies, books, or manga, comics, cartoon, whatever, ultimately what's happening here is you are telling a lie. You're telling a lie that's intricate and well made enough that people believe in it. And if people can't believe in the lie that you're telling, then you are ultimately failing as a storyteller. Which is another issue that one can argue against this whole situation. But yeah, anyhow, that said, that's why I decided to against talking about Genshin today. I don't know that Sumeru was based off Egyptian culture. Yeah, Sumeru is it's a mix of, if I'm not mistaken, Middle East, Egypt, and a little bit of Southeast Asia and India, I believe. Yeah, so it's basically Middle East plus Egypt plus sprinkles of India and Southeast Asia. And to be fair, if I'm being completely honest, every region in Genshin, like Sumeru, Fontaine, Liu, maybe not Liu and Inazuma, but Mondstadt, they all have problems with very poor representations. For example, Mondstadt, which the name is clearly German and it's supposed to be inspired by some German things, I think. There's hardly anything that cries Germany about Mondstadt. And same goes for example, Fontaine, where, sure, it's very French and it's inspired by French, but there are quite a few things that are not really accurate to French or some European things. Every region has its problems. And characters aren't the only issues, like the environment, the world, and all these kind of things kind of build up and result in varying degrees of errors in representing the inspiration. And it's just, I think it's a bit more blatant with Sumeru and what's the new place called? Natlan. But yeah, as I said, I don't know if they'll change it. Honestly speaking, I don't think it's likely, but I'm not complaining if they do. I'm genuinely not complaining if they do. Hell, I would love it if they do, but we'll have to see. Anyhow, that's enough about that. Going back to ZZZ. Welcome back to New Eridu, which is a completely different place. Which is... What is the New Eridu even? Where would it be on the planet? I mean, to be fair, this is... Surprisingly, ZZZ is kind of a semi-dystopian place. Because the world is getting swallowed up by the Hollow, the crazy... the back room of doom. Anyway, back to the better game. I don't know if you've noticed, but the moon, the entire, well, not the entire freaking moon, but the half of the moon is already swallowed up by the Hollow. So the world is kind of falling apart in ZZZ. Also, the flashback where the whole planet, including the twins, get swallowed up by the Hollow Zero was reassuring, to say the least. But what I wanted to talk about is the fact that, so MiHoYo freaking finally announced the cast of ZZZ, the voice cast for ZZZ. I don't know why it was in embargo for so long, but I guess there was some legal issues or whatnot. And I noticed there are quite a few based who's this casts, but also quite a few surprising casts as well. Or some examples. But yeah, let's see. Grace. Right. Grace is voiced by Chelsea Quokka, who hold on. What did she voice? I think she voices something else in Genshin. Hold on, give me a minute. I think she voices something in Genshin as well. Shenhe. Right. Hold on. This is what I want to do today. I want to compare some voice VAs. The same VAs across different video games. Or different MiHoYo games, to be specific. Hold on. Genshin. Let's see here. So, apparently, Grace is voiced by the same person as... Where is it? I'm going to see Cloud Retainer's trailer because she's based. But wow, funny, I said I'm not going to talk about Genshin, but I'm going into Genshin to see her. But here we go. Where was it? Here. I learned that Ellen's English VA is a newcomer to the business. Voicing a character in a V game like this is pretty huge. Yeah, like her name is Giselle Fernandez, if I'm not mistaken, and congrats to her for getting a pretty big role as one of her first gigs. It's and she's doing a fantastic job. I think Ellen's English voice is better than the Korean one, in my opinion, naturally, because Ellen's English voice, she sounds giga low energy. She has no energy whatsoever, and which is exactly how it should be. Hold on, so this is apparently Grace in ZZZ.
Oh. You want to hear a story about Master? Master might say she likes peace and quiet, but she doesn't mind getting visitors on Mount Outsong. In truth, she does get lonely if no one ever goes to see her.
I think I hear a little bit about her, but because like this, yeah, right? You hear it a little bit. It's not very clear because this character is she's dead inside, or rather, she's kind of like Anby. She's kind of like Anby. She doesn't show too much emotion, so she's very restrained and restricted. That's why her tone is very monotone. And freaking Grace is the polar opposite, right? She's insane, especially when it comes to about machines. But you can hear like a hint of similarity between them, which is very cool. Very cool. But I think she's doing a better job as Grace than Shenhe, because I think she sounds a lot better when she is explodey and she's projecting her emotions and voice. That's what you call voice range, indeed. Oh, speaking of voice range, I have so many characters to talk about today. And also this so who's it? This Chelsea Quokka. I don't think she's like she's an actual VA. I'm looking through her IMDb, and it's mostly like TV series and whatnot. Doesn't seem like she hasn't been going into voice acting work until relatively recently. So that's cool. That's cool. Not gonna lie, I think she's having a fun time voicing Grace. I think Grace is a fun character to voice. Because it's always easier to voice something that's a bit more outgoing to project your voice than trying to make it collected and restrained. Of course, it naturally, first of all, I'm not even a real voice actor, so what would I know? And also, naturally, would depend on your style of voice acting, but it's easier to project your voice, it's easier to go loud. Of course, it's hard to actually go all the way through and just explode, which is something I'm going to show in a bit, with some characters like Koleda. Koleda, you're supposed to freaking explode, right? Because in combat, she's literally exploding, swinging her hammer around like a crazy child. But doing that is not only difficult, but naturally bad for your throat, because it's stressful for your throat naturally. So a lot of voice actors try to control it, and it's a choice, right? Either you completely ruin your voice and you come up with something that can be a little short of actually exploding. And interesting thing is, so Koleda, hold on, who was Koleda voiced by? Why did I close that? I'm an idiot. Give me a sec. Who was Koleda voiced by in English? Koleda. Nope, that's Grace Howard. Anton. Also, Anton is voiced by Alejandro Saab. I 100% knew from his voice. Everyone knew it was Alejandro Saab the moment this Anton guy started talking. It was the worst kept secret of all time. Sayu, yep, that's the guy. Freaking Sayu. Everyone knew it was him. But, you know, NDA, you're not supposed to actually say it out loud even if you know. So people were kind of staying quiet. That was funny. You've only seen shorts of him? He's a funny guy. Oh, let me show you something funny since I mentioned Sayu and Alejandro. Oh, what is happening? Let's see here. So since Alejandro Saab is the actual name of the guy, he's the voice actor. He voices some other characters like Sino in Genshin, and I believe Jing Yuan from Star Rail and some other things. But he is also a VTuber going by the name Sayu. And as a streamer, he naturally plays some video games with other people, and he sometimes plays video games with other voice actors. And he is so good at sounding absolutely enraged. Hold on, this is basically a fan-made animation of not Enthalpy, Hank Green, but Enthalpy. This guy basically made a fan-made animation of the Genshin VAs playing Amogus. And hold on, let's see here.
I found the body.
Hold on, skip the ad, and where is it? Not here. You've seen this? Oh, this is great. Okay. So this guy is Sino from Genshin, who is voiced by Sayu, not to be confused, who is Alejandro Saab. And he is so damn funny.
Bro, I am going to physically puke, and it's all Shara's fault.
Listen, you were a little sus.
Shut the
Mouth.
up, you can never! You are the biggest third
Pompous.
imposter I've ever played with.
Man, that singular letter contains so much emotion, it's crazy. He's a great voice actor. He's great. I love him. He's both a based streamer and a based voice actor. He's so good. That's from the heart. That's from the deepest, darkest corner of your heart, filled to the brim with every drop of emotion you have. And he's good, actually. He's really good as a voice actor. Not just hold on, where is it? And he's actually really good at sounding salty and projecting that not so serious negative emotion. Hold on, let me show you this one. I think I showed last time as well. If you ever played Among Us, the rage is true. I think it was this one here. This is the saltiest thing you'll ever hear in a video game. Where is it? Here we go. So basically, this is a new character that came recently in Genshin, and this guy is friends with Sino. And Sino in Genshin, he's a very serious character. He doesn't talk much because he's like kind of a inquisitor in an academy. But he loves playing card games, which is called TCG. And this is basically like some of Sathos's acquaintances commenting about what Sathos is like. And Sino says this.
Yes?
Doesn't play enough TCG.
That's the singular line that he says in this entire trailer. And that is filled to the brim with salt. It's so good. That's a masterful delivery by Sino. Sino. Man, now I'm just equalizing the person and the character. Sayu. Hold on, I want to hear that one more time.
Doesn't play enough TCG.
Doesn't play enough TCG. Get good. Oh man, the salt is so real. Okay. So hold on. Oh yeah, I was talking about Coleda. Coleda is voiced by Katie Caulfield, who is also not like a VA, I believe. No, it seems like she's done. She appeared in Fallout 76, hey? Interesting. But doesn't seem like she's like a VA. She's done mostly TV series and movies. And okay, English Katie Caulfield, excuse me. English Coleda is not bad at all. She's fine. Okay, I guess this is minor spoilers if you haven't gone through the game, but this is chapter 2. They actually threw in the chapter 2 cutscene on their YouTube channel. So what I want to do is actually I want to mention this because the Korean Coleda is actually so damn good. So let's give it a compare. So here is the English Coleda in the cutscene.
Damn it! If this continues, we're done for! The prototype? President!
It took a while to get this thing moving. Leave it to me! Come on, you punk!
Go, President!
Sweet pea! Push it just like that! Use the monument! Got it! Almost! Just a little more!
They're in a stalemate.
The prototype doesn't sound good!
Sweet pea, don't force it. It's corrupting the prototype. Almost. Come on! Hurry up and get moving!
Here, Kaleda. Give it a name. When you call out that name, it'll accomplish whatever you need it to.
Dad, can I really believe in you again? Get moving! Jerry! Don't look down on me! We're proud to be Billabong! The power of smart construction machinery! Even if corrupted, our Billabong machinery will never give in! Dad, you idiot. Hope you'd be proud of what Bellabog's become.
Holy moly, the budget on the cutscene is nuts. Granted, the entire video game is animated in hitherto unseen way, right? It's crazy. I don't know what they did, but the character models, the cutscenes, everything, they are so I don't even know how to call it, liquidy. They're so smooth, everything's so jelly. Okay, I'm making it sound weird. Anyhow, going back to the topic at hand. So, English Coleda, she did a great job. But, again, first of all, making your voice blow up and then pushing it all the way through is naturally not easy, because screaming off the top of your lung is one-way ticket to ruin your voice, and two, it takes a lot of energy. And acting while doing that is on a whole new level. And so English Coleda did a fine job, I think. But the Korean Coleda is kind of stupid how good she is. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Hold on. Let me just let things load.
이런 젠장! 이러다간 전부 다 죽겠어! 프로토타입! 사장님!
이 녀석을 움직이는데 시간 좀 걸렸어. 나머진 내게 맡겨. 괴물 자식아, 덤벼!
힘내세요, 사장님!
꼬맹아! 그대로 밀어! 기념비로 처치해버리는 거야! 좋았어! 거의 다 됐어! 조금만 더 힘내자고!
팽팽하게 대치 중인데 프로토타입의 소리가 이상해!
꼬맹아! 억지로 버티지 마! 몬스터가 프로토타입을 침식하고 있어! 거의 다 됐다고! 빨리 움직이란 말이야!
콜레다, 네가 이름을 지어주렴. 나중에 걔를 부르면 걔가 너의 소원을 들어줄 거야.
아빠, 내가 한 번만 더 믿어도 될까? 빨리 움직여! 크로에! 무시하지 마! 우리 벨로보그 중공업이 자부하는 공동용 스마트 중장비의 힘을! 침식당했다고 하더라도 우리 벨로보그 중공업이 만든 건 절대 굴복하지 않아! 바보 같은 아빠. 지금의 회사가 아빠를 실망시키지 않겠지?
Holy moly, she... Okay, that's... Now that is... I'll be honest, that blows it out of the park. That's delivery. And that's a Dragon Ball scream. If I've seen one, right? That's absolutely nuts. How the Korean VA just let it explode and just actually screamed from the top of her lung throughout the whole thing. Actually, that's good acting, to say the least. And the crazy part is, she also made an appearance in Genshin, and she voices... Oh, hold on. I think she's too old for me to just scroll my way down there. Or can I? Or can I? Oh, I can. She voices this fine lady here. Navia, this fine lady here, she's the same VA as her in Korean. Which is crazy, because this lady... Yes, she's also kind of high energy, but she's not like some fiery little kid as she is in ZZZ. So it's completely different characters, but here we are. That is range, vocal range. She is in Korean voiced by Jung Hae-eun, I believe, and yeah, she voices Navia and Koleda, which is she's such a fantastic voice actress. Correction. I apologize. Yeah. Anyone else with an interesting cast in ZZZ? Hold on. Let me just look through. But I'm glad that. Okay, it'll be nice to see some big names on the cast. But I'm also glad to see that there are quite a few newcomers, like Teal, you mentioned Giselle Fernandez, who is seemingly a relatively new VA that just got her role with Ellen, which is a pretty major role. So I'm glad to see people getting these relatively smaller VAs instead of just the big ones. Granted, getting big VAs is naturally very expensive, but it's nice to see. Ayo Azel, it's been a while. It's been a while. I say it's been a while. It's been 1 week. A week is not that long. How are you doing today, buddy? It's good to see you again. I'm just talking about ZZZ's VAs and maybe some overlapping roles in Genshin or whatever. Because ZZZ has had most of their cast under embargo for a while now, but recently they started they revealed most of their cast. I guess the embargo is finally lifted, and it's good to see that people are finally getting the attention and spotlight they deserve. Imagine giving a new VA chance to VA instead of hiring big names. Granted, to be fair, hiring big name VAs is also very expensive, so it probably involves some company reasons behind it. But you know, if the smaller VAs do a fantastic job anyway, then why not? I'm wondering why there was even an embargo in the first place. Yeah, I'm wondering why the embargo took this long to get lifted up, because the game came out, what, more than 2 weeks ago at this point? And usually with the Genshin, MiHoYo video games, they usually have... Oops, what am I doing? Oh, well, it's fine. They usually have basically a dedicated in-game archive for their characters, who their VAs are in each of the respective languages, and their entire set of voice lines. But for ZZZ, that's not the case. You can't find any of these information in game, and even after the game was released, if the entire cast was not revealed, that would be okay. Maybe there's some legal issues going on, but some characters had their VAs revealed, but most of them weren't until I think just a couple days ago. So I don't know why that was the case, because it was clearly the embargo, because some people, some VAs stream, like Alejandro Sap or Sayu, and they clearly brought up the NDA, and they can't. If the NDA is a thing, right? You're not allowed to talk about the roles you have and what you've done unless the embargo is lifted and you're allowed to talk about it. And the embargo was only lifted a couple days ago, so I don't know. Maybe there was some legal issues. Maybe they were cooking something. Who knows? But whatever the case, the embargo is lifted now, and the VAs with their wonderful roles and their fantastic work in the game are getting the spotlight they deserve. Also, side note, Billy in game is voiced by the English Billy is voiced by Clifford Chapin, who is, if you watch dubbed anime, his voice might have been familiar. To be specific, if you watch My Hero Academia in English dub for some reason, then he is the voice of Bakugo. And I knew that from day one. I listened to his voice and I was like, that's 10,000% Bakugo. No way it's not him. And I was like, I freaking called it. That's definitely him. I wonder what else he voices though. I don't know his actual roles outside Bakugo in My Hero Academia. What else does he voice? He's a great VA. That his raspy voice is really distinct. Wow, he's had a lot of roles. What? No way, hold on. Bullshit, hold on. What? No. No way. What? No way. No way, get real. He's freaking Himmel in Frieren? What? I'm back. I blacked out. What happened? Okay, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect him to be voicing Himmel in Frieren. Huh. That's... Huh. I did not expect that. Did he... Hold on. What are his video game roles? Let's see here. Octobus Traveler, Borderlands, Xenoverse. Doesn't seem like he's done anything major in video game recently. Until Billy! I'm glad he got a major video game role as Billy. Based. With a freaking Himmel and Frieren. That was not what I was expecting. But he's a based VA, so all the power to him. Yeah, and now that I think about it, I wonder why like a few characters got their roles revealed in the first place. Maybe it was some leak, like some sort of an internal leak that resulted in some characters being revealed, and they were like, whatever, to let the people know. And then they waited for... maybe they were supposed to be revealed a couple weeks down the line, which is a couple days ago. Anyhow, you can check their entire cast. Correction there, the roles and the VAs. I think this is all the major ones right now on the ZZZ Twitter now, which is great. Anyhow, another thing I wanted to do today is I basically wanted to compare the opening scenes of ZZZ in Korean and English. So, hold on, let me get this ready. And here we go. Okay. I'll leave this open just in case. So, what we'll do today is basically, I'm not gonna go. Also, thanks to Ruben for the English playthrough. I'm not gonna go through the entirety of like the first chapter. That's insanity. I'm just gonna look through the opening cutscenes and then the first few dialogues and see how it actually differs from the Korean version, because I noticed that there's some difference between the English and the Korean one. Today we'll get into a bit more details on how exactly they're different. Also, speaking of which, give me one sec. I need to open my whiteboard of death. There we go. Should be big enough. All right. Let's see here. This is gonna be a bit different from my usual way of doing things. Usually, I just watch one thing through and then talk about it, or rather, and then watch the other thing through and talk about it. But I'm not gonna do that this time around because I'm not gonna just sit here watch through the whole thing. Chelsea Kwoka voicing Grace voices Shinha, which I also only found out recently when they announced it. And if you know about it going in, you can kind of hear their voice, but it's hard to tell without, knowing it, because their voices and the directions are very different. Anyhow, let's see here. This is the English one. The game starts off with the breaking news. Breaking news! Local mango found dead on the streets. Or something or other.
Regular programming for this breaking news. A companion hollow has suddenly appeared on 14th Street and has already breached level 3 containment. The Hollow Investigative Association has dispatched a team to the scene to carry out emergency protocols. Evacuation of residents in nearby blocks is underway.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut here for a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that for the rest of the cutscene, I guess. But we are opening up with the news telling us, basically setting the scene where we are in this new Eridu place and Hollow, whatever the heck this is opening up, and we have a breaking news. It's bad enough that it's having a breaking news. And the English voice is basically pretty standard newscaster voice. And it's kind of similar with the Korean as well. Here we go. Hold on. Is this the right one? No, it is not the right one. I just forgot that this one does not have this cutscene. I forgot. Side note, I was trying to find the Korean opening cutscenes and I couldn't find it because no one archives the Korean playthrough, so I am going insane. Never mind. I did find a dude who archived the playthrough and the cutscenes, thank God. But this one starts a bit down the line, so never mind. I'm a dumbass. Let me just skip to where the Korean one starts. This one. Man, I feel like a freaking dunce.
Over there! Go! Go!
Okay, that was a short intro cutscene, basically showing the new players that we have these fancy animated cutscenes. Very cool, by the way. Mihoyo, or whoever the heck was in charge of making these video games, did a fantastic job with the visuals and animating direction. But to be fair, there weren't a whole lot of lines, but let's look at the Korean one. Oh, hold on, that's a bit loud. I don't want to blast all of your ears. There we go. Okay, so if I'm being completely honest, at least in my opinion, right? And these evaluation of these things are clearly subjective, but I'm not the biggest fan of the Korean version. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm not trying to say it's bad or anything, but it sounds a bit too anime voice acty. When they are, for example, running down the hallway, panting right here. Was it here? Oh, here. Yeah, that part. That part, I was like, that sounds very anime voice acty. And here is a magic word for a lot of people. When you watch, some people absolutely despise English dubbed anime, right? And I'm not one to say which side. I'm neither dub nor sub. I would say watch whatever the heck you like. You don't have to shame the other's party for what they watch. It's by saying dub / sub is wrong / bad, you are the only person who is doing it wrong or bad. But going back to the topic at hand, the reason why it sounds cringe at times is because no one talks like that, right? No one talks in the manner that English anime characters talk when they speak English. Most of the case, our natural everyday English doesn't sound like that. That's usually that, and the other reason is because the writing is weird. The selection of words, choices, the vernaculars are a little off. And that happens because, at least in the anime case, where the 2D animes, I mean, the motion of the mouth, the lip sync is fixed, so they can't change it, so they have to make the writing fit the mouth movement instead of the other way around. So they have to pick very specific words, which can at times sound very awkward. And as they say, it's not... If it's just horribly weird, then it's funny at least. But if it's just a little bit off, it starts to sound cringe. As they say, if something's really weird, it's fine. But if it's just a little bit weird, that's when things start to get awkward and cringe. And that applies for all the other languages. For example, the original Japanese anime. Japanese people, surprise, surprise, don't talk like people do in anime. Korean dub, Korean people don't talk like they do in freaking Korean dub. They don't talk like this. They don't talk like... Hold on. I'm trying to wait for the... Oh, it was after this. I'm a dumbass. Like Korean people don't actually talk like that in real life most of the time, and I think the reason why the discrepancy / the debate between the English dub versus sub, the war between sub and dub, I'm not sure why it's so dominant, I guess you could say. First of all, I guess it's also easier to notice that something's not right / they talk in a cringe way if you understand the language. Another reason could be that Japanese voiceover is common enough that we just gotten used to it. I'm not exactly sure why the dub versus sub war is more prevalent. But recently, as I started to care a bit more, pay more attention to these voice acting and how they are delivered for obvious reasons. I'm streaming these things. I'm starting to have this effect where I'm starting to notice the slight discrepancies for not just the English ones, but the Korean ones and the Japanese ones. I'm starting to feel a little bit of cringe for them as well. But I'm also slowly recovering, so hopefully this won't last long. Case in point, what I'm trying to say is Japanese, Korean, and probably Chinese as well. The voice acting is not how the people talk. The voice acting has its own specific tone, which can make people feel it's a bit cringe. Anyhow, let's continue with the cutscenes.
Yes, citizens, I'm the head of the Janus Quarters Public Security, currently conducting an operation on 14th Street. I regret to inform everyone our operation has been disrupted due to the appearance of a hollow. I'd like to remind the public we are in pursuit of the Red Fang Gang, the group responsible for the terrorist attack on the Research Institute. These are dangerous dudes. I mean, criminals, particularly their leader, Miguel Silver. Everyone should remain vigilant.
Okay, let me stop here for a moment. So we have this guy, head of the Janus Quarter Public Security, PubSec, or public security being the equivalent of police in this world. Side note, there's Chinese on the screen, but telling everyone that, oh, there are dangerous criminals running amok, so you should be careful. Before I talk further, this one, I guess I could mention this. This guy is quite stuttering because he's not used to being on TV, and he says, these are dangerous dudes. I don't know if that's the most natural writing. It's funny. It's definitely funny, but let's play the Korean one and I'll explain what I mean after I get to the actual part. Here we go. Oh, he skipped it. Thank you. You're skipping these lines? Never mind. Okay, I should have prepared a bit better. Sorry about that. I didn't realize this guy just skipped over the lines. But let's see here. The one I wanted to talk about is so the English one, he said, these are dangerous dudes. I mean, even if it's the slip of the tongue, I don't know if you would say that in real life. You would say like, these are dangerous bastards, or these are dangerous what would you say? You would say something like assholes, which is a bit explicit, I guess. But you could say dangerous bastards, which I think is not explicit. You can put it in a video game and not have to censor it. But you wouldn't... I don't know if I've heard anyone, unironically, in a not sarcastic manner, say, these are dangerous dudes. In Korean, he says, 그들은 모두 매우 위험한 놈, which can be translated into, these are very dangerous bastards. 놈 is basically a derogatory manner to refer to someone and can be translated as bastard, basically, one-to-one. Dudes is not exactly derogatory, and I don't think it's very natural to say that in this situation. But otherwise, hold on. Let's see here. There was something else I wanted to mention. Ah, yes. So, thank you to the Korean was cutscene for just skipping over all the lines. But we have this Janus Quarter, right? Which is basically some sector, I guess. But in Korean one, it says Janus instead of Janus, which is interesting because reading J as Y is a basically a method of reading alphabet in some European countries, such as Germany. Germany, we read J as yacht, which is the Y pronunciation, and they are doing that here as well. I'm not sure whether this is... I'm assuming this is the case for ever since the Chinese writing, but also I've noticed that the Chinese and the Korean writing is a bit more similar, while the Japanese and the English writing are more similar, because there is this thing called a proxy in ZZZ, which is just some lore thing. Basically, these people who are navigators in the Hollow, which is a backroom maze thing that's popping up in the cities. Now, this one, it's apparently been translated into Korean as ropukun, I believe, which literally means, is this even a word? The roper, or the rope man. Yeah, the rope man might be the better term. Yeah, so, and if I'm not for what I heard, proxy is also used in the English and Japanese. So basically, proxy is English and JP, while the rope man is a thing in Chinese and Korean. So I think this, of course, I could be reading too much into this, but this could be a hint showing how their writing translation process goes. That English and Japanese are a bit tied together, while Chinese and Korean are a bit tied together. Of course, again, as I said, I could be reading too much into this, because one, I've clearly never worked with MiHoYo with any of their translating. And two, it would be a bit weird if they kind of bundle some regions together, when it would be just a lot easier for, let's say, the original writing, which is Chinese, let's say, for them to just send a copy to Japan, Korea, and English. Though, to be fair, MiHoYo games are also Japanese enough, that's kind of weird sounding, that the writing might happen simultaneously in Japanese as well. I don't know. It could be. I don't know the writing process for these games. Anyhow, so we have Janus, which is read as Janus in Korean, which is also Janus technically speaking, but J as Y reading schematics, which is, as I mentioned, used in some European countries. Isn't Janus a... Hold on, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but Janus is some mythological being, right? I don't remember explicitly exactly what it was. And I believe it's spelled with J in English. I don't know if it's read as Janus, but I think the actual being is read as Janus. And to be fair, English has a lot of its own unique way of referring to mythological beings. The more blatant examples being like the Greek mythology. For example, if the Hercules is in the actual Greek way of reading it, I believe it's read as Heracles. And in Korean or Japanese, it is indeed read as Heracles, not Hercules. So I think this could be an effect of that, where the English basically modifies a lot of names and of the mythological beings and mythological references to fit its own frame, which is, I'm not gonna say it's whether correct or not, it's just how it's done, and they are just following the rules. What else can I mention about the writing here? Red Fang Gang. Red Fang Gang is read as the same way in the English and Korean. Yeah, I almost thought I said something wrong. Red Fang Gang is read as a Red Fang Gang, which is Red Fang Gangdan. Okay. So this is, so Red Fang is just read in Romaji instead of being translated or anything. It's Red Fang, and we have Gangdan, which is basically it's kind of a weird word. The gang, this is it is the English word gang, and tan means like a group. So this means a gang group, which makes no sense in English, but that's how it settled down in Korean. This is almost like saying the ATM machine and your PIN number, but it's happened, and this happens. Sounds like a crowbar method. Yeah, and hold on, I was gonna say something. What the hell was I gonna say? Brain, stop being dysfunctional. Yes, that was what I was gonna say. So here is one of the headaches about Korean. So naturally in Korean there are vowels, as there are vowels in English. But in English, while there are just 5 primary vowels, a, e, o, u, in Korean there are quite a few vowels. And one of them that represent the a pronunciation, there are e and e. They look very similar, they are used very similarly, and technically they are pronounced in a different manner. The first one is pronounced e. Sorry, I'm also a bit rusty with this. This is e and this is a. There's a very subtle difference. I think it's easier to write the difference if with the phonetic symbols. But to be fair, modern Korean language doesn't exactly distinguish this in terms of pronunciation, and neither do most Koreans. I think 99% of Koreans don't exactly distinguish these pronunciations. You have to be like a very heavily trained voice actor / newscaster to distinguish these pronunciations. A word that doesn't have a real equivalent in Korean, right? Or is this just an outlier for timing and things? Do you mean this word, the gang word? Actually, there is a Korean word for gang. There is a word. There are quite a few words actually. There's a 폭력배. There's a 조폭. So, which is a shortened word for 조직 폭력배. So there's a word for 폭력배, which means, in a literal sense, it means like a violent person, or what's the word? My brain is farting in my head right now. A renegade. Thank you. A renegade is what it means literally. And when you say 폭력배, it usually means like a gang, or rather a member of the gang. And 조폭, which is a shortened word for 조직 폭력배, would mean like an actual gang, like a group of gangsters. But also the word 갱단 or gang is also a word that's used in Korean already. So these words can be used pretty synonymously. In this case, or rather with the nuance, there's a slight difference, I guess. The word 조직 폭력배 seems a bit more serious because one, it's actual Korean, and two, it's a term that you usually hear in actual news, where some newscaster would be like, oh, some gang caused a commotion on the 6th Street or something like that. Then they would use 조직 폭력배. But this word 갱단 is a bit more commonplace, and as I mentioned, the word gang from 갱단 is an actual English word derived from that. So and you can use 갱단 and people understand what it means. Though if you just use gang, Korean people wouldn't understand what that means, because somehow the word gang has settled in Korean as 갱단, which again, as I mentioned, it's redundant. It's automatic teller machine, but it just ended up that way. Which is interesting. And I think there are quite a few English words, or rather, correction, foreign words like that in Korean. Because every language has its imported words. Even English is no exception, because there's, like, for example, rendezvous, which is French, but it's just being used as an English word and English language, and it's understood for most people, no problem. And Korean has its fair share of imported words, not just English, Japanese, French, or whatnot. But for example, the word for bread in Korean is 빵, which comes from the French word pain, I believe. I don't remember how to spell this in French, but yeah, that's a French word for and that's how they refer to bread in Korean. So there are quite a few imported words in Korean as well, which may or may not have a Korean equivalent. In 빵's case, there is no equivalent because bread is a European food and it didn't exist in East Asia for obvious reasons. But gang has a replacement word in Korean as well. But in this case, they just went with 갱단 because I guess they were trying to make it sound not as serious? I don't know. to be fair, they could have just gone for it because why not? But they probably had a choice between this, and they went with this one instead. Let's see here. What else is interesting here? Pop sex, right fan gang. Oh, sorry, I was talking about this. Right, this 2 vowels. So why do these 2 exist? These are basically combined vowels. Both of them are A pronunciations, but this, the first one, that looks like an H, is basically the combination of this. Oops, that's a K. Plus this. This one is A. This one is E. And if you read them together, is I or A. And then the other one, which looks like H, except the middle line is leaving because it hates the other one, or like some electrical symbol, is basically this one plus this, which is A plus E, which becomes E. A. Sorry, what am I doing? Which is A plus E becomes A, and this one is A plus E becomes A. And I believe there were some actual grammatical purposes to these. It's mostly dead these days. But what they do is serve a purpose in English words that's either read in Romaji / just a straight up English word in Korean. What I mean is, we have this red fang. And red fang, technically they are both re and fe, but we have E for red and A for fang. And the general rule is, if it's E in English, it's with this one. If it's A in English, it's with this one. That's why we have red fang kangdan, with re with, oops, excuse me, re with this one, and fang with this one. The problem is, this rule is very, very weak. It's capped like only half the time. The other half the time it's not capped. So just take this as a TMI, and it doesn't actually apply all the time. It's supposed to, but I don't know. I don't know who makes these rules. Excuse me, give me a minute. I need to go get the lights because it's getting dark and I want to grab more drink. Keep yourselves hydrated, gamers. It's very important. Okay, I don't know if you guys heard that, but I accidentally brushed my mic and that might have blown off some of your ears. I apologize if that's the case. Anyhow, okay, I don't think there's anything particularly interesting. Hold on, Miguel Silver. How's that written? Here's another interesting thing. So, we have this leader of this gang, or these dudes, who's the Miguel Silver. Which in English is just Miguel Silver, which it's a name that you might see. It's a seemingly relatively real name. In Korean, though, we have for some reason Silver is in brackets. I don't know why. I guess that's not actually part of his name, and Miguel is written as Miguel, and this depends on a person who's writing it and also what language they're translating, because technically they could also have done Miguel, which is an acceptable way to write in Korean, and people recognize this name because it's not like something so alien that Korean people don't recognize. They could have gone for Miguel instead of Miguel, but they went for Miguel, and I don't know why they put Silver in brackets. They usually do that if they're trying to emphasize something. this cornered brackets. They do that in Japanese video games and sometimes in Korean video games / Japanese video games translated. And I guess Silver is not actually his name? I don't know. I don't know why they did this. Otherwise, okay, let's move on to the next part of the cutscene. Which is...
As the station's reporter, I can't listen to this anymore. Those criminals need to get... As soon as we find them, we should just get them all, and then them again.
Silver is his name? Yeah, it's Silver. I thought Silver is supposed to be his name. I don't know why they put it in brackets. Like, is this his title? I thought it was his name.
Excuse me, Mr. Reporter. I'm still giving a briefing on the case. Let me... I don't give a mother... Listen here, you red bang mother... Don't think the Hollow can protect you. The Public Security's Air Force is on the way. You're... Is that right, officer?
Man, I love this reporter guy. Freaking swearing on the TV. I don't give a motherfucking shit. Damn, bro. Okay, calm down, sir. But, okay, how about the Korean one? And I believe in Korean one, they also have the guy swearing and they censor it. Wow, okay, dude, stop skipping over everything. I'm sorry. This was the only dude I could find with all the actual stuffs. Please, if anyone else knows like a proper Korean archive, please link me to it. Anyhow, but yeah, in Korean, he also hold on. Where's the other line?
As soon as we find them, we should just get...
Wow. Hold on. Let me see. So you can't hear it because this guy, whoever made this video, skipped over the voice lines. But unfortunately, I didn't really like the Korean version because the delivery was not the most realistic in my opinion. And I'm not saying that in a manner where like this guy swore in the ways that didn't make any sense or anything. It was just the delivery itself seemed a bit unnatural. Hold on. Hold on, what's there? But yeah, in Korean he was also swearing and it was censored out, bleeped out, as they say. I mean, with all the censoring that's going on, it's hard to fill out the blanks. It was mostly same here. How about the second half of the thing? Oh, that's too far, it's my bad. Okay, here we go. Let's go see the second half, where the officer is trying to say stuff. Here's one interesting thing. So we have Mr. Reporter. Now, in Korean we have 기자 선생님. 선생님 means teacher. So we have Mr. Reporter that was changed to 기자 선생님. So why did they do that? Why would they call a reporter a teacher? Well, so in Korean being an East Asian language, has a variety of rules and variations to honorifics. For example, when you meet a person for the first time, for example, in English, if you want to be very formal, you can be Mr. Potato. And in Korean, we have the very one-to-one equivalent, which is potato shi. This shi being the same as Mr. in Korean. But also, this is not the only way to refer to people. We could also have, for example, let's see here. Let me try to think of a good example for this. So we have, so the word reporter is basically 기자. 기자 means the word reporter, and we could go 기자님. 님 is basically an honorific that you can pretty much stick on pretty much anything. And it's an honorific way to refer to someone. Or if you're trying to be a bit more polite about it, then you can call them 선생님. which means teacher. So it wouldn't make any sense, but it apparently works. You call someone a teacher in Korean, you don't literally mean that they are a teacher, but it's basically going further beyond calling them Mister. You're trying to be very polite about it. And so here, the police officer is basically trying to be very polite, despite the fact that this reporter is insane and screaming on TV with a ton of swear words. He's like, Mr. Reporter, please, I'm trying to make a report here. In a very polite way. Ah, okay, so another difference in writing. So we here, the reporter said, I don't give a fuck, and listen here, you rat fang motherfuckers, or whatever the heck he said. The first part, I don't give a whatever, I don't give a shit, or I don't give a fuck, whatever he said, that part does not exist in Korean. Basically, the reporter just cut the officer off and just went straight into, you rat fang bastards, listen here. But the way he said it is a bit more drastic compared to the English one. The English, he just said, listen here, you rat fang, whatever the heck. But here, in Korean, he said, rat fang 이 땡땡들아, 귓구멍 파고 똑똑히 잘 들어. So, listen, he said, 귓구멍 파고 똑똑히 잘 들어. That whole thing does not equate into listen here. Hold on. So we have 귓구멍 파고. So this, what it literally means is hold on, what do you call it? What do you call okay, so literally it would mean swab your ear holes. Of course, this is a very literal translation. You don't mean that. What that means is, of course, open up your ear holes in a very vulgar and strong way. And then he follows up with, what did he say? 똑똑히 잘 들어, which means listen well or carefully. But of course, he's saying it in a very strong way. So he's not like a teacher going, all right, listen well, children. No, he's not saying that. He's naturally going, listen here, you rat fang shibish baz. So in Korean, what they did is, instead of make him cut off the police officer's comment, they just made him make even more vulgar comments about the rat fang bastards, or whatever the heck they are. And then, don't think the hollow can protect you. Ah, also, hollow has been translated into 공동, which is one of the words that can translate into. 공동 also means a hollow, or rather a hollow as in like an actual tunnel or a hollow hole in the ground. That's what it means, 공동. So that's what it, and that's pretty much what it is in the game's lore perspective of things, because it's basically a backroom maze that appears in the middle of nowhere that you cannot escape unless you know your way out, because it's a maze that defies properties of space-time. The public securities, Air Force, 치안국의 항공대. Ah, yeah. So, one more thing. We have, instead of police officers, we have PubSec, which is translated into 치안국, which also does not mean police, because police is 경찰 in Korean. So they specifically respected the fact that they are not called the police, but they're called the PubSec. Let's see. Air Force, 항공대, that means Air Force. That's a one-to-one translation. Other than that, it's pretty much one-to-one. Okay, let's proceed. See what else stuff says.
That right, officer?
Man, I love the way the English was it voiceover directed this guy. He sounds pissed, and I like it. As I mentioned, the Korean one unfortunately doesn't show here, but it does sound a bit more acted than filled with rage.
There's a window! Boss, we can get out this way!
But That's a hollow down there. Fine, a way out is a way out. Can you break the glass, Billy?
So we have the cunning hares, our 3 lovable idiots. So what is it? Gate kept by a window. Hold on. This guy skip over these lines as well.
창문이야. 니콜 대장, 여기로 나갈 수 있겠어?
아래가 공동이라는 게 문제인데. 됐다. 일단 나가서 생각해야지. 빌리, 부술 수 있겠어?
Did you know that English VA for Furina is the voice director for the ZZZ dub? Yes, Amber Lee Connors is the senior director for the English voiceover, and she is based. She is based as hell. She's so good. Want to know something very funny about Amber Lee Connors? Have you guys ever watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged on YouTube? Which is, if you haven't, you guys absolutely should because it's funny as hell. But Amber Lee Connors was Android 18 in Dragon Ball Z Abridged. That's how she started off. She is... Yep. She started there, and then she ended up as Furina. Okay, also, she did an insane job as Furina. I think, in my personal opinion, I think English Furina is the best. Because, 1, she sounds very dramatic, and 2, so Furina, this is kind of a lore spoilers, but she is basically the human half of the God of Water. And the actual divine part of the God of Water, which makes an appearance in the game later down the line, she basically acted her out in a completely different way. And I was like, well, I guess she still has her skills. So Furina is great, but hear me out. I'm listening, Teal. Okay, you know, I kind of wish some characters in Fontaine, maybe not all, because if everyone had a French accent, that might be a bit tiring. But I wish some characters had like a very blatant French accent, right? Because everyone, and that's part of the charm with the English voiceovers. Because in Chinese, Korean, and Japanese voiceovers, it's very hard to do like a French accent or a British accent or those things, because those accents technically don't exist. These are not neighboring countries. And you could, for example, do a Japanese accent of a Korean language. It's possible. And there are some characters like that. But you can't really do like a French accent of a Korean language. Technically you can, because there are naturally French people in Korea, and there are French people who can speak Korean, and they have a distinct accent that only French people who speak Korean can have. But it's not as widely known as, let's say, a French accent in English, and it's hard to find voice actors who can do that. Or borderline impossible, I would say. Because if Arknights EN dub can have accent, Redemption should cancel it. Which is why ZZZ is a better game. What's funny is that some random NPCs just have their accents out. True! I noticed, so there's this thing called the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale in the Fontaine of Genshin. And I noticed most of the cast, the major casts like Nouvellette, Furina, and whatever, they just read it in a very English way, which is Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. But then there's like this random NPC who reads it as Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, the very French way. I'm like, whoa, this random person is totally French? And I'm like, that's kind of cool, but I wish more characters did that. Also, since you mentioned Arknights, later after I'm done with ZZZ, I might check out Degenbrecher, the German character in Arknights. Because I checked her out a little bit and I was like, wow, she's kind of cool. So I might check her out after ZZZ. According to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, that TikTok needs to get ejected into space. And check out Hummus too. Hummus? Sure. I don't know who that is. But later after I'm done with ZZZ, just point me out to whatever you want me to check out, and I'll check them out. Spanish. Oh, okay. I'm not too familiar with Spanish accent, but hey, any accent is cool. And again, that's the charm of the English thing, because English is so widely spoken. There are so many people who speak English. That also means there is, let's just say, the market and the audience for like a certain accent of English is much wider than, let's say, a Spanish Korean, for example. I don't even know how Spanish people speak Korean. I would be very interested to see it, but you know, there's no supply for it. Anyhow, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, hold on. We were talking about this particular scene. Oh, hold on there. Yeah. This is pretty much 1-to-1. Let's keep going. Arknights, it has a German dub. Really? Arknights has a German dub. Oh, more content for me. I mean, not to be fair, my German is not that great. I'm not like a flawless German speaker by no means. But yeah, I would be interested in seeing some German dub, because German dub is usually surprisingly good. And yeah, Arknights, man, Arknights is base as hell for having German dub. Arknights is just a crown jewel of this industry, because it has what? It has Japanese, Korean, English, Chinese, Italian, Russian, German. Oh my god, Arknights is so based. Why is Arknights so based? I'm gonna check. Yeah. If you have like a link to like some German dubs, feel free to link them to me after this. Or you can link them now and I'll save it and watch it after I'm done with ZZZ. Like a voice lines archive on YouTube or whatever. Anyhow, what comes after this? Oh, this this idiot shooting the window and TV hitting his head. That was a that's a perfect blend of surprise and disappointment.
It bounced off. This glass must be tough.
Okay, let me stop here and then check out the Korean one. Let's see. This part I didn't comment on anything because it was just mostly 1-to-1 and nothing very interesting about this.
튕겨놨어. 엄청 단단한가 본데?
Man, that okay. The Korean who the hell voices Korean Billy actually? I need to check this. But Korean Billy has a more was it Super Sentai main character or slash shonen character voice. It because Clifford has a like a raspy voice, but this guy doesn't. His voice is a lot cleaner. Hold on. Billy Kid, who is he voiced by? Lee Joo-sung. Oh yeah, he's Flamine, the kid in who's this Genshin. Does he voice anything in Dungeon Fighter Online? He does not. Nothing too fascinating. I saw something weird, but I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Anyhow, yeah, this, to be fair, we haven't seen a lot of lines, but bounce off. This must be glass must be tough. Pretty much same thing. She didn't. So Ann B said 엄청 단단한가 본데, which she didn't say glass. She just said it looks. I guess it's really tough. That's what she said. She didn't mention glass. Glass in Korean is yuri, which funny thing actually. So hold on. Glass in Korean is yuri, which is yuri. The word yuri is a name in a variety of countries. But interesting thing is, yuri in Korean and Japanese is a female name, while yuri in Russia is a male name. Go figure. Oh, no, not this one. Okay.
Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. This window is...
Reinforced bulletproof glass. You won't be able to break it. The cunning hairs on job agency.
Bro, this guy, the last line was a real tearjerker, alright? Man, this guy must have brought some onions into the studio. Bro, why are you crying?
Why? Why would you steal from the Red Fang Gang? My men went through so much trouble to...
Man, the English dude actually did a pretty good job sounding like he's crying. Hold on, let me cut here and then see how the Korean one sounds like.
역시 이렇게 쉬울 리가 없지. 이 창문은
그거 방탄유리야.
그거 방탄유리야. 너희들의 화력으로 부수고 탈출하는 게 불가능하지.
Sorry, side note. The reason why I said that is that line is a meme in Korean. That's why. Back to the show.
흥신소. 왜 레드팽의 구역에서 물건을 훔친 거지? 이건 내 형제들이 아주 힘들게.
이 금고는 너희
This guy's skipping lines again. Why? Anyhow. Yeah, it's a that line, which means this the original meme is basically this guy in a car getting shot by someone else with a pistol, but the pistol bullets can't break through the glass, and he just screams, "이거 방탄유리야 이 개새끼야," which means this is a bulletproof glass, you son of a bitch. And it's a meme in Korea, and they just took the line and slapped in here. And I love it when they, in appropriate places, of course, they bring in memes. It just shows that the writers are aware of what's going on. Let's see here. It was right here. Let's see. 이거 방탄유리야. You won't be able to break it. Okay. So in English, he said you won't be able to break it. Break it. While in Korean, he says a bit more. He said 너희들의 화력으로 부수고 탈출하는 게 불가능하지, which is very specific. But what he says is it's impossible to break through and escape with your firepower. I don't know why they went so hard on this single line, but they did that. The cunning hairs, odd job agency, 흥신소 교활한 토끼굴. Oh yeah. So we have cunning hairs. It's been translated to 교활한 토끼굴, which means it's not exactly cunning hairs. 토끼굴 means a rabbit's nest. So it's more the cunning rabbit's nest than cunning hairs, but it's minor difference. Speaking of memes, they use sus about 4 times the same time I played. Yeah, I noticed that they use sus a lot of times. There's a part where a granny says sus. Like a granny NPC says sus. I'm like, no. A granny would not say sus. Stop using this line everywhere. There's a word called suspicious. There's a real word for it. Stop using sus everywhere. Also, I've noticed that for MiHoYo games, not just ZZZ for Genshin, but also for Genshin, I mean, this all makes sense, I guess, but the non-voice dialogues and voice dialogues have very different writing. I guess they do have different writers for voice lines and non-voice lines. And also voice lines naturally have more effort going to them because they need to sound not like a crazy anime robot is saying these lines. They need to sound like, at least in some parts, sound like real people talking. So they would probably have more effort going to them. But also some of the written lines that are not voiced are... You guys could try a little harder than that. Anyhow, what came after this? Oh, hold on, I didn't see.
Job agency.
Man, this guy's bawling. Holy moly, he's crying his eyes out. Poor guy.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you steal from the Red Fang Gang?
Uh-huh. Ah, so mostly the same, except in English we have why would you steal from the Red Fang Gang? So why would you steal from us directly? On the other hand, in Korean we have Red Fang의 구역에서 물건을 훔친 거지. We have 구역, which means area. So in other words, in Korean he said, why did you steal from the Red Fang Gang's area? Which, of course, minor difference, doesn't make too much of a difference in terms of consequences. Other than that, it's a 1-to-1 writing. This guy is still crying, incredible.
My men went through so much trouble to...
Oh, there was one more line. Hold on, what did he say here?
물건을 훔친 거지. 이건 내...
Ah! My man... Okay, here is one... This one, I think, is pretty big because it kind of changes how Miguel or Silver, whichever you want to call him, seems like. In English, he says, my men went through so much trouble to steal the thing. In Korean, he says, 이건 내 형제들이. 형제 means brothers or siblings. So he specifically calls them my brothers in Korean, which makes it seem like he cares about them a little bit more than the English one.
형제들이 아주 힘들게.
Man, I'm gonna lose my mind listening to these guys just crying their eyes out and bawling all day. Oh, it's getting funny now.
You stole the strongbox from the Institute. We're just returning it to its rightful owner.
Uh-huh.
연구는 너희가 연구소를 습격해서 훔친 거잖아. 우린 물건을 주인에게 돌려주는 의뢰를 받았을 뿐이거든.
Okay, that's a pretty much 1-to-1 same writing. Stop crying, wah wah wah, I don't give a damn. Stop crying, wah wah wah. Okay, I need to stop. Let's see. This one's also pretty much 1-to-1. The only difference is in Korean, there's this word 의뢰, which means request. So she's specifically mentioning that they got a request for this. While in English, she's just saying she's returning it to the rightful owners. Other than that, no difference in writing. What comes after that?
Hey, don't make it sound like we're the bad guys.
Also, side note, I noticed that there are quite a few, syncing errors with the English writing and the voices. For example, she just said hey, but hey doesn't exist here. And later down the line, Nicole says we're screwed, but the writing says I'm screwed. And I've noticed there are several errors like that. Yeah, which is not the worst. It's minor errors which happens when you're doing these things, but hopefully they get fixed soon. Oh, hold on. What did she say for that in Korean? Oh, she sounds sassy in Korean. Hold on.
Hey, don't make it sound like we're the bad guys.
Yeah, okay. The writing's the same, but the delivery is quite different. The English one, she sounds a bit more pissed, while the Korean one sounds a lot more sassy. Yeah, she sounds very sassy in Korean.
We're all trying to get by on the same streets. Why? Why would you be helping the cops?
Cops.
우리나 너희나 전부 뒷골목을 전전하긴 마찬가지인데 왜 치안국한테 우리
미안하지만
Oh, thank you for cutting the line. It's not the worst there. Yeah, it happens once in a while. It's not the worst. It's not game breaking like some stupid video games which are just bad with the writing. With something like Beats Me. No way, right? Imagine having a character that's called the King of Dragons, who's very powerful, very intelligent, and very cruel, and is providing a revelation to the main characters about the fate of the universe, and then the main characters ask a question about a certain thing that he doesn't know the answer to, and he would say, "Beats me? No way! There's no video game that would do that right." Excuse me. Oh, sorry. What happened? I blacked out for a moment. Anyhow, let's see. For these lines, yeah, I saw that. Something about Largo and the gaping hole. And no, absolutely not. I'm never playing DFOG ever again. I'd rather play Aratsenki. No, please. Why would you do this? It's freaking. Side note. Let me just go on a random translator rant. Recently, I saw this tweet saying localizers should get replaced by AIs. And when I saw that, first of all, I am an advocate of the advancement of AI as the future of human civilization. I have no doubts about it. And I am 99% sure that 99% of human work will get replaced by AI sooner or later. And localization and translation is not an exception. But now is not the time. Localizers aren't translators, right? We are not people who just change the words into something else just so we can deliver the information one-to-one. Hell, even translators have different tasks. Some translators are meant to deliver the accurate information as safely as possible, like one-to-one, while other translators need to deliver the information as efficiently as possible, and they need to summarize it. Localizers need to do even more than that. It's a freaking, we need to basically not just translate the writing and the information, we need to translate the culture, the nuance, the background information, all of it, and we need to condense it into a new line that can deliver everything. Localizers are more than translators. They need to understand the culture and the tools of the language that's in both of the languages that's being translated. And then AI can barely do translation right now. There's no way in hell we can do localizing. It's insane, right? It's a knee-jerk reaction thanks to bad actors localizing things into a different story. Yeah, to be fair, I've seen my fair share of bad localization. I'm looking at you, DFO, you pieces of shits. And those localizers need to go outside and get buried underground. Hold on. Naganeki Ri. Cheap viewers on Cut That Lee. Fucking cut these nuts. There. Get the hell out of my face. Unbelievable. Speaking of AI, right? I understand that AI is a douchebag, but I think some people have a overly allergic reaction against AIs. But also, some people are overly trusting of AIs. AI can Google Translate barely functions. It let alone localizations. And the bad localizer, I can't even speak. Excuse me. Bad localizers don't deserve their paycheck, but there are still, I'd say, 80 to 90% of localizers out there who still do somewhere between an okay job to a pretty good job. Most of it's sourced from Reddit. Man. Yeah, but yeah, it's localizers are doing a difficult task. Hey Alira, it's good to see you again. How are you doing today? Hope the weeks have been good. Wait, today's Friday, right? Yeah, today's Friday. I'm not crazy. But yeah, how's the week been for you? I'm just going through the opening of ZZZ, talking about some things, maybe ranting about DFO's localization once in a while. I'm so tired. Beats me! Man, I'm gonna cry like Silver here, remembering the fact that Beats Me and Gaping Hole are in the game. Not to mention, they also did other terrible things like who's it? The water sport, the golden shower, the penetrators. Man, I'm so tired. Protocol. You know what's crazy? I think they outsource their translations. I think they outsource their translation to a translation company. So if I find out what company does these translations, I'm gonna find them and I'm gonna bury them in the ground. Doing okay, waiting for the HSR's collab next year. Speaking of which, I heard HSR is doing a collab with Fate. Is that real? Is that actually happening? If it is, that's crazy. TFO's gotten themselves into hot water with these translations. Yeah, no, that I would rather rely on freaking Google Translate than trust these stupid ass translators for localizing anything. Good grief. Can't believe DFOG Neopol pays a whole company to do this dog shit translation. Q3 2025, holy moly. That's kinda nuts. I can't wait to see King Arthur in Honkai Star Rail or whoever the hell they bring in. It's gonna be Saber, right? It can't not be Saber. But who knows? I'm not complaining if it's anyone else because I want to see someone else for once. Because Saber is in literally everything. And, you know, I understand she's probably the most popular character they have, but I would love to see anyone else in a franchise with literally hundreds of characters inspired by characters from countless mythologies. But yeah, kind of crazy that this is gonna be one of the collabs of all time. Bait and switch assassin. Speaking of bait and switch, I would not complain if they get Medusa in there, because Medusa wears Megane. You heard me, right? Oh, it's just Fate Stay Night, like specifically? Not like the whole franchise? Huh, I didn't realize. Okay, if it's just Fate Stay Night, then yeah, there's not a lot of choices in it. Because it's just, what, 8 dudes? 8 or 9? I guess it's 9, including the fake assassin. But yeah, it's that's gonna be one of the collabs of all time, and I'm interested to see what else they come out of it. Anyhow, going back to the topic at hand. Where was I? Oh yeah, this specific line here.
Sorry, but it's not public security that commissioned us. And also
what should just be a singular light cone? What the let's see here. We're all trying to get by on the same streets. Helping the cops. Okay, so this line, he says, why would you be helping the cops? In Korean, it's pretty much the same in terms of its core meaning, but the line itself is a bit different. He said, 왜 치안국한테 우리를 팔아넘긴 거냐고, which means literally, why did you sell us to the PubSec? Which, sell us out to the PubSec, excuse me, I forgot the word out here. Which is, of course, the same thing, but it's a bit different. Hey, yo, Caspar? It's been a while. How are you doing, buddy? And yes, it's the real mango time here. And I'm talking about ZZZ. Hope the week's been treating you well, Caspar. Excuse me. Almost choked myself with there. What would be helping? And then after that, she says it's not a PubSec that commissioned us, which is the same thing. Oh, hold on. Let's see here. None of your business anyway.
치안국이 아니야. 그래도 이거랑 아저씨랑 무슨 상관?
Man, the Korean Nicole's so sassy. Home from work, cozy Friday. Hope you're doing well too. Ooh, good job going through work today. And yes, I'm having a kind of a slow. I'm a bit tired, I think. I don't know why. I don't know why I've been tired the whole day, even though maybe because I overslept. That's why. But yeah, I'm a bit tired, but otherwise not much going on. I'm just talking about ZZZ. But yeah, good work today, and welcome to the stream. Feel free to chill and relax here. We like to take it easy. Anyhow, I was gonna say something. And that's none of your business anyway. Yeah, that's the same thing. Other than outside the fact that Nicole called Silver Ajashi, which basically means old man. So yeah, congrats Silver, you are a boomer, at least according to Nicole. What comes after that?
So, that's none of your business anyway.
Of course it is! They had people steal from my territory! So I have to teach them a lesson!
That's an angry dude.
상관없기는 우리 구역을 난장판으로 만들도록 지시했던 놈을 손봐주는 건 당연한 거지.
Okay, what the hell? Why does he sound so miserable in Korean? What the hell? He sounds freaking pissed in English, and in Korean he sounds actually miserable. Okay. So this one, a little difference in writing. In English, he said steal from my territory. On the other hand, the Korean says 난장판으로 만들도록, which means screw up. What the hell? Why is Automod blocking Teal? Don't you do that. Don't dare you do that. He's fine. Teal's a cool guy, Automod. Don't do that. I thought they had fun in the English stuff, but while they're going with the Korean voices, I mean, some characters are better in one, others are better in the other. Also, who's it? I think the Korean excuse me, my brain's dysfunctional. The Korean Silver is trying to nail down on more him being miserable, while the English Silver is in denial. the what is it? The 5 phases of acceptance. Anyhow, what comes after this?
Why don't you just give it back to me? It's so important to us that I'm willing to exchange it for your lives.
Automod thought I was threatening you. Mr. Twitch said it was a joke. Please don't delete my account. Speaking of which, I remember this. Teal, you remember in Lobby Shenanigans 7? Where, I forgot the exact scene, but someone said something a bit kinky, let's just say. Was it a Russian Patcher? And he was like, or was it a Heavenly Father? I don't remember. And it was like, YouTube, I didn't mean that. Twitch, I absolutely meant that. Twitch with the, its regulations being funny these days. Thank you, Twitch, you're the best. Anyhow. Oh, why would you skip the lines, damn it? Man, I love this. This Silver guy is starting to grow on me after watching this for the past, I don't know how long. I know he's dead in the game because we kill him in the tutorial, but hold on. It was Heavenly Father, right? It was Heavenly Father. True. Too Heavenly Father to be anyone else. Damn, that's a good way to put it. It's so important to us. I'm willing to exchange it for your lives. Huh? You know? Okay, so there have been several cases where the lines are between English and Korean are pretty much one-to-one. But this one is the most one-to-one writing I've seen so far. Okay, I guess the very first line is a little bit different. In Korean, he said, "Why don't you just give it back to us?" Which is like, he's just saying, "Just give it back to us, please." While in Korean, he says, "진짜로 안 돌려줄 거예요," which literally means, are you really? Excuse me, my tongue is exiting my mouth. But are you really not going to give it back to us? It's like, are you really not gonna give it back to us? It's kind of a different ways of being sad, but he's naturally still being sad. But other than that, what comes after? It's so important to us that I'm willing to exchange it for your lives. He says it's really important for us. I might exchange it for your lives. Other than that, it's very one-to-one. It's almost surprising there is something this one-to-one.
So you need the whole gang armed and ready to handle 3 people? This is the Silver Tears? It's even weirder than the rumors.
Wow, Nicole being an absolute sass bag.
고작 셋을 상대하기 위해 조직원들에게 실탄까지 주고 총동원하다니. 이게 바로 실버의 눈물인가 봐. 소문보다 더 비정상적이게.
Wow, Korean Nicole is so sassy actually. It's great. I saw some differences here. Hold on. Oh, okay. The first difference is, so in English, she says the whole gang armed and ready, which is, you know, something that you would say. The Korean line is a little weird. She said 실탄까지 주고, which means gave live rounds. So she said you gave live rounds to your whole gang. In other words, they came shooting. They were ready to kill the actually kill the cunning hares. I don't that's not a natural writing, but it also kind of works because of how sassy Nicole's being and also how unhinged that is. Silver Tears is even weirder than the rumors. Some of the functions again. Other than that, it's pretty much same thing.
Silver Tears?
Oh, what's coming up after this?
Wait, is that a flashbang? Correct. It's a GS2 high lumen military flashbang. The blast is quite strong.
We have a flashbang.
나다니. 이게 바로 실버의 눈물인가 봐. 소문보다
Hold on, sorry, before we go on, I wanna check who is voicing Nicole in Korean? Because she sounds quite familiar. Let's see here. Shinari. Oh yeah, wait, what? No, that's not why she sounds familiar. She's freaking Clorandon Genshin? In case you guys don't play Genshin, that's the crazy duelist lady that I streamed about once a couple weeks ago. Well, no, yeah, a couple weeks ago. What? That's Nicole? Good. No way. Huh. That's not what I was expecting. Also, if you guys play Arknights, apparently she's Ines in Arknights. I don't know who that is though. Yeah, how much else otherwise? Official? Oh, I see. It's a temporary role. Yeah, how much otherwise? Huh. Ines is mommy. I see. That's a valuable piece of information. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we saw this. Huh. I didn't expect Florent to be Nicole.
잠깐. 저거 성광탄 맞지? 맞아. 저건 GS2 타입 고강도 군용 성광탄이야. 폭발하면 아주 눈부시지.
Right, say GS2 high lumen military flashbang. 고강도 군용 성광탄. Huh, that's one-to-one. I mean, these are very specific military terms, so it's actually very specific and niche terms that are only used in certain fields are actually a lot easier to translate than regular dialogues because the terms are fixed with one-to-one usage, and there's let's just say there's a glossary of sorts in the respective fields with the proper terminology. So you just have to get your hands on it. You can just translate it one-to-one. Oh, the one difference in these lines is the last line here. In English, Anby said the blast is quite strong, which is very vague as to what it's referring to, but of course, naturally, she means the blinding capabilities of a flashbang. But in Korean, she says 폭발하면 아주 눈부시지, which means let me try to make it sound a bit natural. It hurts your eyes a lot if it explodes. Which she's being a bit more specific as to what it'll do if it explodes. Also, people tend to think that flashbangs only blind you, but if a flashbang explodes, it comes with a very loud noise as well. So it basically attacks all of your sensory organs. And I don't know if this is true, but I think some flashbangs might also have some like tear gas aspects to it. I could be wrong about that part though. because I never held a flashbang in my hands. I did serve in the military, but I've never had experiences with any kind of grenades. Anyhow,
Awesome! Time to wake up, Billy.
What?
that grunt saying "what" is it's 10,000% confusion. It's great.
Eyes open, everyone! Say cheese!
And then the Korean one.
완전 좋은데? 빌리, 이제 일어나야지.
뭐라고?
Wow, this grunt guy sounds very different between Korean and English. In English we had "what?" and in Korean we have "뭐라고?" Fascinating.
아직 한 발 남았다.
아직 한 발 남았다. This is I mentioned the meme before of the bulletproof glass. The guy, 이거 방탄유리야, and then this is also another meme. 아직 한 발 남았다, which means I still have one more shot. And it's another meme from the same movie. It's I'm glad they put the relevant memes here, and it worked out. Kimchi! In Korea, instead of cheese, you say kimchi. It's great. Yeah, Nicole and Dem should be on the ground with their ears bleeding at this point, honestly. But we have this thing that explodes. Boom. And then they are like, my eyes! Well, while in reality it would be my eyes and ears and everything else. I can't do anything.
So you choose to resist? In that case, I have no choice but to kill you all!
Oh, hold on. Let me cut that here and then watch kimchi. That was a cry of pain of all time. Interesting.
결국 죽음을 선택한다.
Oh.
그렇다면 내가 너희를 저승으로 보내줘야겠지.
Damn. So one difference in this sequence. In English, Silver said, "So you chose to resist." But in Korean, was it not Billy? Silver doesn't beat around the bush. He said, "So you've chosen death." Wow, this guy doesn't pull any punches in Korean. Especially Billy, assuming he can't mute his input in his ears. He's literally right in front of the blast. Yeah, Billy should be dead. That thing blew up in his hands, right? Billy should be dead. Maybe he has some functions to block out some sensory inputs. Maybe he did. But yeah, not Billy. Silver came in swinging for the Korean. Of course, we have the...
You've made a mistake, mister. We aren't your enemy. That is.
Falcon 4 to Commander, we've arrived at the source of the light and found the Red Fang Gang.
We have this chopper coming in.
울보 아저씨, 아저씨 상대는 우리가 아니라 예지롱.
올빼미 서고 빛이 반짝였던 위치에서 레드 생일단을 발견했습니다.
Oh, okay. Here is something that I thought was very peculiar. In English, we have Falcon 4. We have Falcon 4. In Korean, we have 올빼미 4호, which is Owl 4. I wonder why they are different. I wonder why. Where was it lost in the translation? Like, where in stage? I think I'll need to check out the Japanese opening later down the line and see which one it is. That might actually provide more insight on the thing I mentioned before, which is that seemingly Chinese, Korean are and English, Japanese are respectively closer to each other in terms of writing translation. Translation. Anyhow, whatever the case. Other than that, I think the rest of the things were pretty much the same.
Repeat, we found the Red Fang Gang. Awaiting orders.
Boss, it's the Air Force! That flashbang just now, it was to attract the helicopter!
You finally noticed? Now it's your turn to choose, you crybaby.
Nicole, you sassy girl.
다시 보고드립니다. 레드팽 일당을 발견했습니다. 명령을.
보스, 치안국의 항공대예요!
Wow, that guy sounds terrified in Korean. I don't know who that was it NPC is, but that was some good delivery.
방금 섬광탄이 항공대를 불러들이기 위해서 터뜨린 거라고?
이제 알았어? 자, 아저씨가 선택할 차례야. 여기서 우리랑 계속 투닥거리다가 치안국한...
Wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. She said something here as well.
You can stay and fight us, and then get caught by public security. Or you can run, and we all get to live.
Oh, sorry, I missed this line.
잡힐 건지 아니면 우리 모두 살 수 있도록 철수하던지.
Ah, okay, so sorry, I just yawned. The writing seems pretty much similar here as one minor difference in the first line. He says helicopter here. In Korean, he says 항공대, which is the Air Force. So he's not specific about the helicopter. And also here, Nicole in English is starting to mock him even more, calling him a crybaby. But in Korean, he just called him ajashi, so he just keeps calling him old man. Well, not like old man. But yeah, ajashi is depends on the context, but it's usually not in a mocking manner. It's not derogatory. Of course, it could specifically be used to call someone a boomer. That can happen, but that's not the case here. Other than that, it seems like the rest of the writing is the same.
Damn you! Cunning hares!
It's in a hare's nature to avoid getting caught. Don't hold it against me.
Uh-huh.
젠장! 빌어먹을 교활한 독격을 놈들!
적은 친구 아니겠어? 날 너무 원망하진 마,
Hold on. Okay, interesting. Here's something that's completely different. In English, we have it's in a hare's nature to avoid getting caught. But in Korean, what she says is 적의 적은 친구 아니겠어, which means an enemy's enemy is a friend, which is completely different from what she says in English. In English, she's just referring to the fact that she's a cunning bastard and she's getting away with it. But in Korean, she's specifically mentioning that she is not friends with the PopSec either, but she's using them to get out of this situation. Very interesting.
What? You found the red face?
Oh, we're back to this guy.
Then what are you waiting for, Commander? Pick the biggest gun and rain down justice!
Wow, that's a delivery. That guy is freaking pissed.
뭐라고요? 레드팽 들을 발견했다고요? 그런데 왜 처럼 가만히 있는 거죠? 가장 큰 구경으로 정의 구현!
Okay, I'll be honest, the Korean reporter's delivery is lacking in my opinion. The English reporter's he sounds giga pissed. Right, his swearing sounds genuine and he sounds really pissed. But the Korean reporter's swearing doesn't sound... It honestly doesn't sound genuine. It sounds very acted. Other than that though, I think the writing's pretty much the same. Hold on, let me check the line. Right, thank fuckers.
What are you waiting?
Okay, here in the Korean one, he says, why are you standing still like something? That something is bleeped out because it's supposed to be a swear word. I don't know what it is. Because that's not a phrase in Korean. So I'm like, I guess okay. I can see what it might have been, but I'm not really sure either. It could have been that, I guess. But the Korean writing's a bit weird. I guess they were in English. They just went all the way, and they were really honestly. If you know a bit of English swearing, then you can easily tell what they were going with this, and you can tell what they're saying here. But Korean one, it feels like they were almost a bit reluctant to do this, and it doesn't sound as genuine, unfortunately. Oops, too far.
Rain down justice! Falcon 4, attack order received.
We're done for.
I want to file a complaint!
Man, that just sounds like Bakugo. But okay.
올빼미 사호 공격 명령 확인.
망했다.
신고할 거야, 신고할 거라고!
Okay, so some differences there. First of all, one of the errors that I mentioned before. Hold on, where is it? I think it was here.
We're done for.
Nicole says we're done for, but she's on the writing says I'm done for, which is yeah, no, that's a minor error. You know, it happens. Hopefully they'll fix it soon. In Korean,
망했다.
she says 망했다, which means we are screwed. That's what it means. And I think, I mean, I'm done for is okay. We are done for is okay, but I think I would have liked it more if she says something like we're screwed. Seems a bit natural, considering the situation and background of these characters. And then, and then in the end, Billy is screaming, I want to file a complaint," which is pretty good. In Korean, he says, "I'm going to report you," or "I'm going to report this," something along the lines of that. Which, who are you gonna report this to? You got shot by the pub sec. You are not reporting to anyone. That's last line in the scene. Okay, and I think I'm gonna. There's nothing after this. Yeah, after that is Anne B falling into the hollow and then doing her cool anime move, flips and dips to land safely. Okay, that's so hold on, I wanted to say something. My brain's being dysfunctional. There seems to be some quite a few differences in the writing, actually, especially between the English and Korean. As I mentioned, it seems like there is more ties between Japanese and English versus Korean and Chinese. I could be wrong, but I'm hoping to find out more in the future. And I think, like, in the future streams, once in a while, I might go through more cutscenes progressively in ZZZ because I love ZZZ. I'm having so much fun with it. And we'll see where it goes. But I think that's about it for ZZZ today. I'm a bit, I don't know why I'm so tired today. I'm gonna slowly wrap up. I mean, how long have I been streaming? Oh, it's almost 3 hours anyway. So I'm gonna slowly wrap it up. But I heard some of y'all in chat mention Arknights before. So if you guys have any specific character you guys want to show me with their unique accents, voice acting, or anything really, then I'm open to suggestions. Otherwise, I did want to check out Degenbrecher in English, because from what I heard, she is an actual German VA, and there's a very thick German accent going on. So I would like to check that out. Hold on. Me time. Okay, that's done. And then hold on. What's her name? Dagon. break. Hold on. Arknights. They can. You'll go ahead and fight some too. Yes, I would appreciate that, Hazel. We can break voice lines. Let's see if I can find it. Ah, this seems like promising.
Matters I could help you with, but there are some matters I could help you with.
Hold on. Voiced by Nina Mercedes Rühl. Okay, that's definitely a German name. So there's a umlaut with it, which is read as Rü. So we have Nina Mercedes Rühl. Does she voice? What has she voiced? Let me see. I don't like watch a lot of German dub stuff, but German dub has its own gems and well done voiceovers. Nina Mercedes Rühl. Let's see here. Ist eine deutsche Schauspielerin und Synchronsprecherin. Filmografie, Auswahl. Wikipedia is disappointing with its information. Does she have an IMDb site? Unfortunately not. I can't find a lot of information on her on internet. I guess I'll have to look it up on my own time. Anyhow, let's see.
But make no mistake.
Hold on.
There are some matters I could help you with. But make no mistake. I am not a go-between for you and Enciotis. I once ran into the Saintess at the foot of the mountain, where she stuffed a book into my hands. She told me that, if I'm bored, I might as well try copying some scripture.
Okay, yeah, that's very German. I mean, filthy rich coming from a foreigner judging a a German VA. But that's definitely... I've seen some very poor German accent English, which is obviously done by English VAs trying to emulate the accent. But first of all, this is actual like German VA, so I don't even need to criticize that. But also there are some stereotypes about the German accent that is actually not true. For example, something about the being pronounced as the, which is not true actually. German people can't pronounce the because there is in German what is that called? Hold on. Excuse me. I need to articles. Jesus Christ. There are der, die, das in German, which are the masculine, feminine, and neutral articles for nouns. And for thee, they can just use die, and they have no problem pronouncing it. But what happens is, what I've noticed is...
She told me that if I'm bored...
Yeah, so when she says bored, instead of bored, she says bored. That's because there are quite a few German words that end with D, but they are pronounced with T. For example, there's the word... Man, this is turning into a German stream. But there's a word, bad, which is, bath? Which is pronounced as bat, not bad. And that's why when some German people, when they speak English, a lot of English words that, like, for example, bored, or things like that, they pronounce it with a T in the end. And she's doing that here, which is really cool.
I might as well try copying some scripture. I heeded her suggestion and copied a passage every day. At first, I did it just to pass the time, but then I realized it helps me to relax a little too. Das finde ich interessant.
Und das ist einfach auf Deutsch. Okay. Oh, so she said, das finde ich interessant. Das finde... Oh, hold on. Das finde ich why am I capitalizing it? Interessant. Which means literally it means I find it interesting, or of course naturally means that's interesting. Yeah, that's straight up German. Das why am I writing that twice? I find that interesting. Also, a little hold on. So we had a survey at the start of them adding voices, and one of the questions was if you preferred having accents. You can imagine how that went. Huh. Well, looks like the results are turning out good, because these at least this one, Degenbrecher sounds fantastic. That's why they've gone out of their way to get these people. Man, both the player base and the company for Arknights are being based as hell. Side note, Degenbrecher, it means a sword breaker. Degen means a sword, or it's a specific kind of sword, I believe. And Brecher means a breaker. So, Degenbrecher is a sword breaker. Very interesting. But yeah, this is really cool. I like seeing this. She's like, Might Guy? What? Really? She doesn't seem like it. She doesn't seem like it. Magic Germany shunned her, so she got super strong. Interesting. So she's just... Oh, so she's just no magic, just big muscle, smash everyone's cranium kind of character. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. I mean, she's carrying like, what? 3 swords from what I can see? She does seem not like a person you want to mess with.
Laitanien, Kazimierz, Yarek.
Those sounds like Russian names.
3 decades, more or less. The days I spent in Yarek were the most dull. No opponents, no challenges, no excitement. But before I knew it, I had become accustomed to the bleats of burdened beasts, the sensation of shoes sinking into the snow, and the weight of little zubbering medicine on me.
Hold on, what did she just say?
Into the snow, and the weight of little zubbering medicine on me.
Huh.
The first time I became champion was to prove myself. The second time was to hone myself, and the third was a wake-up call I made to those who
it's more Scandinavian, I see.
Thought they could control me. The price I paid for it? Just a few Darksteel arrows. Huh. A pity I didn't get an actual match. I saw the Radiant Knight. No, there's no point in fighting here, so you need not arrange one for me.
Oh, what is this, Hazel? Okay. Let me bring this up. Oh, what am I doing? I need to open a new tab first.
Wege entlässt, wenn sie einmal mit dem Lernen begonnen haben.
Wow, okay. Das ist total krass. This is a German dub. Ja, so habe ich gemerkt.
Der seine Schüler auf halbem jeden Art. Ich bin noch nie ein Assistent gewesen. Das ist eine neue Erfahrung für mich. Doch sei gewiss, dass ich nicht nachlässig sein werde, wenn diese Art von Arbeit auch nicht meine Stärke ist.
Man, it's so cool that Arknights has because usually gacha games, right? They are very popular in East Asian countries, so they just have usually who's it? Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and English. That's usually it, if any. Or if not even that, it's usually Chinese, Japanese, and English. Jesus Christ! And it's so cool to see other languages get it dubbed, like Swedish. Damn. Hold on. I want to see that. Yeah, no, Arknights is it seems it's very based with its. It cares a lot in representing its game in a variety of more creative ways.
We're working together. Just listen to me and you'll be fine. Put that navigation instrument down. You're no professional. It's wearing you out just carrying it around.
Interesting.
Let me lead the way. just like Argus used to do for me. She always says pitfalls and pains.
Man, this is so cool. I'm honestly not very familiar with Swedish, but it's cool to like. I'm this is my pretty much first encounter with a Swedish English, or rather Swedish accent of English, and this is so cool. I would love to see more of these, and I'm glad that Arknights is has both the executives and the balls to do this. Hold on, I want to check something. Arknights languages. Because I want to check something. Italian. So I'm looking at the wiki page, seeing what other languages are in it. There's Italian or German. There's Russian. Hold on. That channel, Basement Skeleton, and another one called Dilaho Revs have archives of the English voices. I see. Damn, it's pretty damn cool. Yeah, but as I said, I don't think I've had any proper encounters with a Swedish accent of English.
Destiny. But I find I can get where I want by just following the sound of the breeze and the twigs in the trees. You've never tried sleeping on a cave floor before?
Man, this is so cool, man. This is so cool. And it just they're just going beyond what they could just hire whatever English voice actor and then just go with it, or make them pretend like they have a certain accent. But no, they're going out of their way to find VAs of these countries who can speak the language naturally and also can speak English, and telling them to do these. And that would naturally be different from, for example, I can speak Korean, but I don't know. I'm not really familiar with a Korean accent of English. I'm not really good with it. I have a weird chimera amalgamation of American, European, and Asian English. That's a weird accent I have. And this is something that's unique to me. I don't have like a typical Korean accent or something. And I can't, like, if anyone told me to, do a Korean accent of English voice acting, I can't. So even if you grab, let's say, an English VA who can speak Korean and tell them to do a Korean accent of English, there's no guarantee it's gonna be authentic. The only exception is Australian accents. Excuse me. What's wrong with Australian accents? Is it that's another thing with English, right? Because not only that, English also has its a fair share of a diverse range of accents. Like there's the American accent, there's the and like even the United Kingdom has like 4 or 5 different accents, maybe more. I don't know. I'm honestly ignorant. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's the Australian accent. And so we don't really have them, and we can only recently got non-Aussies doing accent. I see. Yo, Hentai Master. Good morning, I guess? I don't know if you just woke up. Hope you didn't stay up all night or anything. I'm just wrapping up stream, checking out some unique accents that can be found in Arknights. Arknights being base as hell with its diverse cast and what it can do with different voice actors from different countries. Let's see here.
That's new. See that electric cooker of mine? I made it out of an old heater. And my space heater there, I made it out of an old TV. And as for the TV here, I put that together from the parts of a broken bread maker. Where did I get this bread maker? Aha! I modded an electric cooker I scavenged.
Interesting. Yeah, I can hear the Spanish. Granted, I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know if like I can't vouch for any of its authenticity. I can't speak authenticity or whatnot, but yeah, that's cool. It's 2:30? Huh? Really? I thought it was a lot later than that. I could be skewed with my perception of time with yours. You stayed in Discord with your dude and learned P8 Max or Night? Oh, interesting. Hope that's going well. But yeah, I assumed like it's like 5:30 there or something. I guess I was wrong. Hope your sleep schedule's not getting screwed up too badly. But yeah, glad to see that you could make it. How's the week been doing for you? But I don't know if you guys have watched Puss in Boots, the recent sequel to Puss in Boots. That thing had I don't know if the VAs are actually Spanish speakers. But it was cool to see some Spanish accent plus actual Spanish being spoken there. I don't know how authentic it is though. And that was cool. France was destroyed? What do you mean? Like France is actually destroyed or the French accent is destroyed? Like the France in the internal universe is destroyed in the world of Arknights? Hold on, let me turn up. Why am I talking in silence? Gone? Holy moly, that's unfortunate. Having French would have been cool too. So if you hear a French accent, people give you the side due to radicals? Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. The character in the Rainbow Six Sieges. Wait, you mean there's gonna be a Arknights and Rainbow Six Siege collab? What? I need an Arknight lore master now. I know shit about it. I've never touched Arknight in my life. I have no idea. Is the second one? What do you mean it's the second one, huh? there have been one already? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's insane. To be fair though, I guess I can see it. I can see Arknights having a collab with something like Siege. And the second one dropped in CN not too long ago. Huh. Interesting. Penance is still best girl. Hey man, your waifu is the best girl. And they didn't leave after the collab either. Huh. They just stayed, eh? So I guess they stopped sieging terrorists in Siege and just settled down in this... What, is this a dystopian universe? Whatever the heck the universe of Arknights is. Hold on. Italian, okay. Let's see this.
Amici? Che bello! Non vedo l'ora di conoscerli. Credi che sia un'assassina, eh? Già. Chiamami come vuoi. Posso...
Post-apocalypse, I see. So it's dystopian. Would they even call up with their National Geo? What? Do they call up with Nat Geo? What? What is happening? Man, Arknights developers are just based as hell. They're unhinged with what they do. They actually do whatever the hell they want, huh? Okay, Monster Hunter is a pretty... it's a nice thing to collab with. And I think a lot of games try to collab with it. Speaking of unhinged collabs, I heard that a freaking Genshin collab with a Duolingo recently, and I was like, excuse me. They announced Destiny as well. Huh. Crazy. They're just pumping out things. Yeah, Duolingo Genshin collab. Just, okay, we're doing that, I guess. What are they gonna teach? Freaking Sumerian? I don't know what language they're teaching, because apparently everyone in freaking Tivat speaks English. But yeah, apparently that was a thing. No, yeah, it's real, all right.
Posso essere chiunque, fare qualsiasi cosa, uccidere quando voglio, finché voglio. Adoro il potere, Doc. E tu mi hai offerto un lavoro dove posso usarlo a mio piacimento. Fantastico! L'unica cosa bella di questo mondo è usare il mio potere per conquistarlo.
Oh, she sounds great. Well, to be fair, I don't understand Italian. What is it? The Latin-based European languages like Italian, Spanish, and French. I have no idea how they function. I would like to learn Spanish in the future, but unfortunately, I do not know how to roll my tongue. I'm still practicing with that. But I would like to learn Spanish in the future. And I heard Spanish and Italian are similar enough in some aspects that some people can understand each other for some things. I could be wrong though, but that's cool. I guess it's a bit like German and Dutch can understand each other despite them being very different. And I can vouch for that because I've been in the I was in Norway once, and there was a radio where it was like a Dutch radio, and I could understand it. I'm like, wow. So that's not even a joke. Dutch and German can understand each other. What is this? Okay. Here's the one that people wanted from the start.
Nay bother. Saw that plenty in the army myself. Wait, I have to do paperwork too.
Scottish.
And to send combat data and compile reports. That sounds mighty hectic. Back in school, Chen always had a pissed off look on her face.
I don't know what it's about, but Scottish waifus do something for me. I love it. It's so good. I don't know if you guys know, but a while ago, and this is several years ago, was it Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Sword and Shield is relatively recent, isn't it? I don't know which version of Pokemon it was, but it was kind of recent. And there was a meme going on where the female character is Scottish. And that was so funny, but it was also so good. It was Sword and Shield? Okay, I'm not crazy. And I was like, man, it would be so good if Pokemon and the Pokemon Company stopped being cowards. And oh yeah, true, it was UK. If they stopped being cowards, and when the Pokemon Sword and Shield anime came out, they make the character have Scottish accent. They 100% should have. They tried to do that in the gacha game, in the Pokemon Masters. Does she have the Scottish accent there? Man, I heard that they, in the anime at least, but only one of them is actually voiced by a UK actor. Nah. Unbased. Cowards. She should have had a Scottish accent. It would have been so good. Only one of them is voiced by a UK... I see. Man, what a shame. What a shame. I don't know, I just love Scottish accent. I mean, Irish accent is great too. And the posh accent and the English accents are great as well.
Made no end of enemies at first, but that's just the kind of girl she is. No time at all, she had people seeing her with fresh eyes.
She's cute. You've got Cockney too. Ooh, that's a variety. Man. Arknights is so based. Now I don't know if I want to play Arknights because I'm not looking to play more gacha games. But I do want to like just go through the story and listen to the voices in different languages. And this is the thing. This is I mentioned this before, but this is the best part about the English voiceover. You can do so much with it. There's so much freedom with all the accents, dialects, and choices you can do. This is not as easy to do in Chinese, Korean, and Japanese voiceover. Because good luck finding a voice actor that can do a freaking like, let's say a French accent of Korean. Good luck with that. You will find probably no one. That's very hard. But English, there's like literally half the planet speaks English. And freaking you'll probably find a voice actor / voice actress like freaking Degenbrecher here who can speak certain accents, like German accent of English, for example. And I'm down listening to her yapping all day. They even dabble with some Asian accents too. Ooh, yep. Asian accents exist as well. And unfortunately, like let's say Korean, I only know, I think you can only reliably find Japanese accent and Chinese accent of Korean. I don't think you can find any other accent of Korean as of this moment. It's not widely spoken enough. And same goes for Japanese and Chinese as well. So English has this advantage, but also put it to good use. I'm Korean. I mean, I can speak Korean, but you know, it's. I mean, to be like, the thing is, I can speak Korean and I can speak English, but I can't do English accent of Korean / Korean accent of English because I don't know how it functions. That one only comes naturally if you're in the learning phase / if you're not actually on like a bilingual level of these languages. For example, they can break you here.
A proper fight needs her at her peak, at the right time, in the right place and situation.
Yeah, she is Nina Mercedes Rühl. She's a German VA, and she speaks English. So she can do, but she's not like a master with English, I'm assuming. So she can do a German accent of English. It just comes naturally for her. But that's either you have to acquire the accent, but if you acquire it, it usually sounds very manufactured. If you speak the language or if you speak the accent, if you hear it, you can kind of hear it's fake unless you have a really, you drill down with the acquiring of the accent. Otherwise, it's not very natural, so that's an issue. Hold on, this is Cockney?
I'm even more keen to see the look of her holding a sword, though. Out with it! Don't beat around the bush, just say it. Who do you want dealt with?
Okay.
Look at you spaced out like an idiot. Your own bloody fault if a tiger bites you.
I feel like one of these, what is it? VA probably had a role in freaking Xenoblade or something. Because I don't know if you guys have played Xenoblade in English. That game is the epitome of a funky English voiceover, right? Because that game, when it came out, they were like, screw the normal English voiceover. We will go with a unique English, Irish, Scottish voiceover. And that thing is both hilarious and extremely cool. If you do, I knew it. Here and Noah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. At least I still have that Vietnamese English ass accent, bilingual supremacy. Hey, so if you become a Vietnamese VA, then you can do the English. You can do a Vietnamese accent for English. That's cool. Might be more if I look. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there are more in Arknights. Man, Arknights is such a based game. I wanna hear more.
Wenn irgendwelche Kinder in Rhodes
And here
Island
we have straight up
Klavier spielen
German.
lernen möchten, kannst du sie zu mir schicken. Jedoch bin ich ein strenger Lehrer. Ich bin niemand, der...
Man, if at one point the entire game of Arknights gets a voiceover in German, that would be insane. Or any other language, actually.
Future, don't we? I just bumped into Skadi in the hallway. Doctor...
Oh, okay, I think I hear her. I think I hear her.
She's actually very kind. Really?
Man, a Xenoblade, you funky video game.
Compared to everyone else, I'm pretty ordinary. I don't have any superpowers or spectacular achievements to brag about.
Yeah, okay, I think I hear her. Vietnamese dub gonna be cringe as fuck. Nah, okay. A lot of voiceovers, that's not common. Let's say, for example, Vietnamese or whatnot. They are usually quote-unquote bad because they have bad directing. I don't think it's usually the issue of the VAs being bad. It's because of bad directing. And having good VA director is very important when doing voiceovers. To the point where you could have a very mediocre voice actor and have a very good result out of it if you have a good director. And even if you have like the best voice actors, if the director is bad, you can have shitty results. And I've seen both cases happen. So, you know, like if we have a, you know, if we get our hands on a good voice director, then I'm willing to listen to a Vietnamese voiceover. I'll be, you know, interested in that. Yeah, still ain't touched that shit. That's why we haven't. I think they just, yeah, I just realized it's not I noticed that there's not a whole lot going on yet, but I'm excited to see more. And I was looking up, and I thought, is there like an Indonesian one? Because I can speak Indonesian, and that would be funny as well. If there's like a character who speaks Indonesian, that would be very interesting to see. Yeah, to be fair, I've seen my fair share of bad voiceovers. Because I used to live in Indonesia, and there's Indonesian dub of things, and you can expect how that is with the Southeast Asian language dub. It was a voiceover. That's all I'm gonna say. But again, as I said, if it has good voice directing, then it can be good. And I would like to see new things. I mentioned this early in the stream, but a big thing that a big principle that I have is, if it's not good, it might as well be new. And I would love to see new things. Like Arknights here, you know, they're just pulling in all the voice actors from across the planet and just bringing in a bunch of new things. It's so cool. It's great. I love it.
Seine Schüler auf halbem Wege entlässt, wenn sie einmal mit dem Lernen begonnen haben. Wie ich höre, ist eine Musikrichtung namens Jazz derzeit sehr beliebt in Colombia.
Yeah, that's German as hell. Also, to be fair, FF14, Final Fantasy 14, has French and German voiceovers as well, so that's cool too. Penance English voice. Who is she? I mean, hold on. Arknights, Penance, English voice. I mean, I don't know who. I have no idea who the hell that is. She's Allegra Clark? No freaking way. No way. Damn. Okay. Hold on. Which one? I guess this. I don't know which one is what. Allegra Clark has
It's
three...
been a long time since I felt like there was any conviction or meaning in my work. Rather than sit through show trial after show trial, I prefer to wade through these thorny, complicated files. You don't have to tiptoe around me. I don't judge good or evil on any ironclad law. And with all the crimes staged in the name of order, pay no mind to this judge's grumble. A powerless judge waiting to be indicted for misconduct in office. The thorns on this codex. Yes, of course the spikes hurt. But I wish for the pain to remind me. No matter how weak the statutes in Siracusa, no matter how highly I think of my calling, perversion of justice and blasphemy against the law are crimes. They say the law is the basis of morality. But that's not a natural truth. It emerges from a consensus of the people. When the people come to see violence...
Hentai never change, man. Never change. But yeah, that's good. That's good. Allegra Clark is a very based VA. Some of her roles are, and not limited to, Marisa from Street Fighter 6, Acheron from Honkai Star Rail, let's see, who else? Let's see here. Atalante in Fate? I didn't realize that. Let's see here. And it's actually a lot. I can't even go through all of this. Beidou in... Right, she's Beidou in Genshin. But that also means she's Fairy! She's Fairy in ZZZ! Right! How could I have forgotten about this? Yeah, she's Acheron. Or Acheron, I don't know how you pronounce her name. But yeah, that's her. And the banner was released on the anniversary of her. That's both times she came. Oh. Damn. That's kind of cool, actually.
Silence as order. The law is nothing but a fantasy to dream of. And I, as the keeper of that fantasy, am the most ridiculous of all.
Yeah, for some reason I completely forgot that Acheron and Beidou have the same English voices. I knew that Allegra Clark voices Acheron. I knew that Beidou's English voice is same as Fairy in ZZZ, but I just lost the middle line for some reason. But yeah, she's voiced a ton of characters. She's great. She's a fantastic voice actress, and she's done many roles. What? Lily Pichu? Really? Girl failure streamer. I see. I can see why they did that. I see what you guys are doing, Arknights. Man, yeah, Arknights seemingly has a plethora of VAs, to say the least.
Nay bother. Saw that plenty in the army myself.
I'm back to the Scottish girl.
Wait. Tellers, I'll be right at home with anything.
Though it's interesting to see because usually Scottish characters are very angry, to say the least. It's nice to see a Scottish girl who's not angry. It's actually very refreshing. It's nice. Unbelievable. Arknights. Damn. Why can't other video games do this? Right? And I don't expect them to just have freaking voiceovers in 69 languages. That I'm not asking that. But for example, Genshin. Genshin literally has 7 different nations, but none of the nations have any accents. Any distinguishable accents, I mean. We have Fontaine, that's France. We have Liyue, that's China. We have Mondstadt, that's supposed to be Germany, but doesn't look like Germany. We have Inazuma, which is freaking Japan. We have Sumeru, we have Natlan, we have Snezhnaya, and none of the characters have accents. Mihoyo, you cowards! Get these VAs! Man, Arknights, fulfilling everyone's needs. Base as hell. This is great. What is this one? Lena Tiemann.
By the way, may I ask who was your previous assistant? No, I'm not snooping or anything. It's just, there's not much I can do for you here, besides offer my quiet thoughts on the occasional poem. I see what you're hiding behind your back. Be at ease. I know very well that Lytania needs a citizen to heighten her glory in foreign lands. Kazimierz, on the other hand, needs a scandal-plagued knight of self-professed purity. Both are as plain as day. Besides, that issue of the red wine is outdated. Their kinds never run short of personalities to gossip over.
Double duty as EN and German, that's cool. Yeah, it's who's it? There are definitely VAs that can do double duty, because the skill of voice acting itself, I think, is irrelevant of the language. Because most of the skills, like intonation, clarity when speaking, and all those things, can easily be translated into another language if you acquire it in one. So assuming your skills with a language is good enough, and you know this VA, what was her name? What was her name? Hold on, let me go back. Lena Tiemann. If she's German and she's speaking German English, then she naturally can do German. Ryan is the main girl Amiya in this game. Huh, interesting. I'm yellow, white, and spice as blue. What the hell are you talking about, Teal? Not Teal. Why say Teal? I mean hentai, I'm so sorry. I saw Teal, I saw your name just pop up the moment I was about to say hentai, I just said Teal. Yo, I was on the phone, yeah, talking about the better game, Arknights. Yeah, I mean, Arknights is blowing everything else out of the park in terms of getting the a variety of casts, for sure. And yeah, this is so cool. Teal Master. You're not identified as Teal now. Damn, I don't know. I think you might have to have a duel to the death with Teal for that.
Victory then will be a matter of life and death.
Does Dagenbrecher have a German dub? I'm assuming no? Not yet, at least. I would like to hear Dagenbrecher in German dub. Because the only line she spoke actual German is...
Das finde ich interessant.
That one line is the only German line she said. I don't think so since she wasn't part of that event. I see. Wait, it was a part of an event? Huh. Fascinating. What is this blue versus teal debate going on in my chat? What's happening? But yeah, I would... Granted, it's naturally very expensive. Especially with how many characters are in this game. As a gacha game. If you try to voice this over in just 10 languages, that's 10 sets of VAs that you have to get, which is naturally insanely expensive. But hey, even the attempt is already commendable. So props to you, whatever the heck the company's making not Dagenbrecher, Arknights. Finish! That's cool.
At first, I did it just to pass the time, but then I realized it helps me to relax a little too. Das finde ich interessant. Leitanien.
Das finde ich interessant. Das finde ich auch, Dagenbrecher.
Kazimierz, Jarek. Few years ago in Jarek, I was dining at a local restaurant I frequented, where some foreign tourists tried to pick a fight with me. Before I could get a word in, the shop owner grabbed me by the arm and shouted to them, "What are your punks doing? Get away from our Jarek lady!"
Ah, that's funny. Oh, lots of horse people there? Interesting. She didn't want to break me, so no Dagen. You know, hentai, you know what's the worst part? That... What you said technically makes sense. Because Dagenbrecher, I mentioned this earlier, but Dagenbrecher means sword breaker. Dagen is sword, or a specific kind of a sword. Brecher means break. So, translating that, she didn't want to break me, so no sword and team, Saj. That's what you said, hentai. It technically made sense. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Teal? Anyhow, I blacked out. What happened? Yeah, so that's... I hate this. I hate streaming. Why am I streaming? This was a mistake. Anyhow. Oh, what is this? Oh.
Recently said she wants to open a little shop in Ursus, and we could all chip in and get our share. As for the shop, it'll be a headquarter. All the girls can have regular meetups there, and I can go over to hang out whenever I miss her too. It's gonna be great. Has you-know-who been to Rhodes Island? Oh, so he spent a whole day sitting in the reception before you shoot him out? Thanks for that. It's fine, I've got nothing to say to him anyway. He wasn't there when I needed him. And now he feels bad enough to try to make up for it?
Actual Russian, I see. Yeah, though her, to be fair, her accent is on the thinner side. It's not very strong. If you want to hear real Russian accent, come to Asungahime's streams when she's streaming DFO on weekends when she's doing pub runs, and listen to Norley talk. That's a thick Russian English accent. Or rather Russian accent English. And we also have Iteku, who has a German accent because he's German. And his accent is very similar to Dagenbrecher's. So you can tell that way it's cross-referencing the German accent English. Man. Yeah, but yeah, this one... Oh, and she just straight up said Russian in the end, eh? Unfortunately, I can't speak Russian, so I don't understand what she's saying. But yeah, she does seem to have an accent, but it's not very strong.
What do I think? First of all, you should stop treating us like kids.
Yeah, like outside, for that sentence, for example, outside the part where she says treating, right? Except that word, everything else sounds like relatively normal English.
Come on, Doctor.
Doctor?
You don't need to worry about us so much.
Worry. Yeah, the strong R's. The rough and strong R's are
If you have time, why don't you
prevalent
teach me a
in
few
Russian
more
language, if I'm not
formulas for
mistaken.
Anna's math lessons? We've counted you as a friend all this time. So if there's really something bugging us, you'll definitely know.
Yep. And funny thing is, that's a common aspect in a lot of languages. Because I think languages like English, or correction, American English, where the R pronunciation is relatively soft, is, I think, not as common. Like, do French and Italian do that? I'm not really sure, but I know German doesn't. I know Russian doesn't. Indonesian doesn't. Korean doesn't. Japanese doesn't. I don't think China does. Chinese does. So all of these languages, they end up with a very strong R pronunciation if these accents speak in English. Hell, Korean doesn't even have a distinction between R and L. So a lot of Koreans, when they learn English, they have a problem. They have problems. Pronouncing R pronunciations and distinguishing them from L pronunciations. Technically speaking, there is a real letter in Korean which shares the roles of both R and L. So there is real, which is both R and L, but it's closer to L, and it has less of a R properties to it. Those panels. Discord Pro. Anything else you guys want to show me? The music up. Stop talking in silence and staring you guys in the deep dark silence. Ooh, another one. Yes. What is this? Tsukinogi. Okay.
Pleased to meet you. It simply would not do if I was to forget my introduction, yes?
Okay, that's very Asian.
I am Tsukinogi, formerly part of
Okay, also, yeah, that pronunciation of a Tsukinogi is very native. Hold on. Suzuki Seiko. Suzuki Seiko? Hold on. Nope, no information here. I guess she's a relatively... I mean, to be fair, I don't think there are any major Japanese VAs that can actually speak Japanese. Excuse me, Japanese. Idiot! Of course Japanese VAs can speak Japanese. I meant English. Seiko Suzuki. Yeah, relatively minor VA. I'm glad she got a role like this. This is cool.
Part of a small yakumeguri group in Higashi. It is an honor to work under you. Why not sneak a little break?
To be fair though, I guess nowadays it's a bit easier to find Japanese accent English because of how many VTubers there are. Freaking just go to HoloLive and watch some VTubers speak English. Like freaking Fuamoko, Takane Rui, Subaru, you know, they speak English and they have a varying degrees of Japanese accented English. So it's a Japanese accented English is relatively easy to come by these days.
Breaks are good for your health. Of course that's true. Aren't you glad? Those who chase catastrophes are called yakumeguri.
Before her, we only had 2 characters attempt to form a form of an Asian accent. Kind of roughly came off as mocking if done slightly wrong. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Accented English is, if you aren't careful with it, it sounds like mockery. And that applies for any language as well. Though I guess it's a bit stronger for Asian languages because there is that stereotype that Asian people can't speak English or their pronunciation is very bad. Because, well, I mean, it's only natural because Asian languages are wildly different from European languages. Good night, Hentai. Hope you have a good night's sleep and hope you dream about Degenbrecher. But yeah, so it's... and unfortunately, there have been real cases where freaking people, very, very dastardly people who mock Asians for having poor English accent, which is despicable to say the least. So if you're not careful, it does come off as mocking, or with a tone of mockery. But you know, if you actually have an Asian person, / if the accent is authentic enough, then it's not mockery. It's just that it's easier for the actual person from that country to be able to pull off that accent properly. Christina V is in the game too? Who is she voicing? What the hell? Oh, I think I heard that. Like, as in, like the news that she sang something. She used to sing a lot. She voices. Oh yeah, I think I saw that. I think I passed by this once, but I think I saw that she voices Skadi, Blaze and Gumi as well, and she sang Blaze's song. Yeah, she got. I think she started off gaining popularity by singing English version of Bad Apple on YouTube. And she sang quite a few more things. She's really good at singing. And then she's voicing... She's also a VA, so she voiced quite a few things. She voices Xingqiu and Bennett in Genshin. Small boys for some reason. I would love to see her return in ZZZ or something. Very based VA. Yeah, Americans would never do stuff like that. Oh, was that on TV? Family Guy and many other shows in the late 2000s. Oh, yeah, like honestly, I mean, every group has its own victims and perpetrators. Like every day I read some horrible Korean comments being terribly racist against some Europeans or whatnot. It's all the same wherever you go. Erika Lindberg. Oh, here's Blaze, by the way. Oh wait, what am I doing? My bad. Erika Lindberg's base as well. Blaze, hold on. This is a Christina V.
You're in the office.
Oh.
I'd be better out in the...
I hear one word and I immediately can tell that's Christina V. She has a very distinct voice.
field. Wouldn't you rather I brought home some wins? I fight for the infected. Life for our people is rough. Anyone with eyes can see that.
Yeah, that's definitely Christina V. Hold on. Yeah, Christina V's voice is very distinct. To the point where if she has a role, if you pay attention, you can tell immediately. Tony the Tiger? What? He's a giant tiger guy named Anthony? Oh, like, yeah, as in, like, he's an American character. Interesting. Yeah, if you think about it, technically, American English is also an accent, very technically speaking. I mean, there's also the Southern accent and some other varieties of an American accent. Yeah, she voices Shantae. She voices... What else did she voice? I'm trying to scratch my brain. I can't think of something off the top of my head. But if you play Tales of, she voices Velvet Crow. What else does she voice? My brain's dysfunctional right now, but she voices quite a few interesting roles as well. Erica Lindback.
You can keep me in the shadows. My KIA status comes in handy.
Uh-huh.
So no running your mouth about me being here. I'd put down that tray if I were you. It's one of W's wake-up calls she makes for all of us.
W?
The woman's brain's like those wilds around Kasdel, taken by her overgrown madness by the year. And anyone who trusts a lunatic like her is probably just as insane. There was one who hoped to flee the war, but only ended up sinking deeper and deeper into its quagmire. Pathetic, isn't it? But that's exactly how we live. We either give up and resign ourselves to death, or we kill this very way of life. Your eyes aren't deceiving you. Yes, it's a sewing kit. And
Yeah, Erica's great too. You know, I mentioned this last stream, but if I one day have an opportunity to voice in a gacha game, I will explode. I will explode from joy. Because at some points I did consider the path of voice acting, but I decided against it. Because I've come too far, but that's why I've become a streamer. It's like an alternative. But hey, one of these days, if I get an opportunity to become a streamer, streamer, I can't speak. My brain is non-existent. If I get an opportunity to become a voice actor, excuse me, I would be I would jump at the opportunity. And hey, whoever's out there, if you are seeing this. I speak English, Korean, German, and Indonesian, and I'm studying Japanese, and also I can speak very fluent of those languages. English, Korean, and Indonesian are very fluent. Please hire me as voice. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have actual voice acting skills. But hey, I've seen quite a few cases where streamers and YouTubers, they do that long enough and then they get picked up to do voice acting somewhere. Like Marco Meatball on YouTube, who is a opera singer who makes YouTube videos about music and video games. He got picked up to voice a character in Genshin, the musician guy that shows up in events. That's cool. Dogboy? Dogboy? Hold on, Caleb Yen. The name sounds familiar, but I'm not sure what role he had. Hold on. Squid Game? Ah, Trailblazer, I see, okay. Fascinating. What the heck? Squid Game? Oh, the English voiceover version. I see. Called Barbie? What's up, Ronan? Like a Dragon. Oh, cool. Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. Uh-huh. Oh. He's done some Korean drama voiceovers. Interesting. Oh, he's Gaming.
Needle drinks as
sorry, I was trying to turn off the music and I just played this. That's one edgy dude.
Thank you for choosing me, darling. Now,
what incarnation?
What kind of secret are you going to share with me under this velvet of the night?
In the Wuthering Waves and the performance is night and day.
Fiend of the night. I can't hide anything from you.
This guy freaking... Okay. Have you guys heard of this video game series called Disgaea? It's basically like a 2D... It's like one of those turn-based strategy games from Japan. A little bit like... not exactly same, but similar to or someone who's a Fire Emblem in sense. Not mid-boss, not mid-boss or Krichevskoy. What I'm referring to is Barba-Torres from Disgaea 4. This guy has so much Barba-Torres energy to him. I'm just thinking like, wow, interesting. The mid-boss was funny too.
But past glory is nothing to me. After all, I have an even brighter future waiting. I may work in a different place now, but my job is still the same.
Yeah, okay, if this guy was comic relief, which I don't think he is, but if he was, he would 10,000% be just Barba-Torres. Because freaking, he's a, who is it? Well, hold on. Barba-Torres in Disgaea 4. He is? Okay. Freaking, because, hold on, okay. First of all, Barba-Torres is voiced by Troy Baker, who is very based VA as well. But Barba-Torres is a comic relief main character of Disgaea 4. Hold on, let me try to find, hold on. This guy, for Barba-Torres, Pretty Rule. Not that. Is it this? I think it's this one. Hold on. Okay. He gets wrangled by a character codenamed Orchid. Wow. I think it's this one. Hold on. I believe it's this one. So this guy, Barba-Torres, his job is basically what's called a preenie instructor. Preenies are these penguin-looking things, kind of like bangbus, except they're real people in like trapped in a penguin suit body. And Barba-Torres is like an instructor in hell, so that these preenies can be obedient slaves. And this thing is not a real preenie; it's a robot, and he's trying to instruct this robot to do something.
Victory! Now, Pretty rule number 1. You shall always include the word dude in every line you say.
No answer?
Pretty rule number 1. You shall always include the word dude in every line you say.
It's a robot. It probably can't even talk.
Pretty rule number 1. You shall always include the word dude in every line you say.
This is stupid. I'm out of here.
Disco too. Good luck, Mr. Vampire.
An hour later...
Pretty rule number 1. You shall always include the word dude in every line you say. Pretty rule number 1. You shall always include the word dude in every line you say.
This exchange is said to have continued for another 10 hours.
I love this scene so much. But yeah, I'm getting that vibe from this guy. And if this guy is comic relief, I'm not wrong about the vibe. Man. He's a vampire too. He's a vampire who speaks in a very fancy way, but is comic relief. Man, he's just Vava Torres. He's just Vava Torres. There's no getting around it. Man, incredible. Actually incredible. That's just a costume? I see. The vampire bit. Ah, I see. Well, I mean the vampire costume is helping with it.
Of the night. Even brighter future
Hold on,
waiting.
Alex Jordan?
I may work in a different place now, but my job is still the same.
His voice sounds a little bit like this VA called Liam O'Brien.
I bet Miss Orchid must have been born with a negative number on her happiness scale. Why else would she always look so stern whenever I'm there to light her up?
He also voices Jian in Wuthering Waves, I see. His voice tone is reminiscent of Liam O'Brien, who has a very deep and greasy voice. Oh, well, not exactly deep, but very greasy voice. Let's see what else he voiced. Wuthering Blade, Stellar Blade, Wuthering Waves, Stellar Blade, DD2. Greasy? Yeah, Liam O'Brien's voice is quite greasy. I don't know what roles he took recently. I don't know if he took any roles recently. But hold on. Well, let's see. He has a long list of roles as well. He's a pretty damn great VA as well. Liam O'Brien. Anything that I can mention? Let's go with video games. In terms of video games, I don't know if you guys heard of this video game called Asura's Wrath, but he's Asura in there, and his voice health rapidly deteriorated. What else in video games? No, shut. Calm down, Teal. Yes, that's the mental breakdown I have when I see crazy voiceover roles. Also, Gil in Street Fighter V, Teal. You probably recognize that. Oh yeah, he's Illidan Stormrage in the Warcraft series. What else? Hold on. Oh, and Yatko. As a raptor? What? What do you mean?
Here, 2 Minoan mists, freshly brewed. I'll have to behave myself, Doctor, since I'm your assistant now. The next time you choke on my strangling tail after getting me mad, I'll make sure you can at least find some solace in my feathers. Immoral scientist, disloyal mercenary, double-crossing spy. Yes, that's all me. Rules are what bar you from working to your full efficiency, darling, and you must learn to break them. That being said, I'm sure you have more to share with me for what little time we have alone together, other than the rules of Rhodes Island, I suppose.
Okay, Raiden Shogun. They get creative with how species are distributed. She's basically the last of her species, hence why she's one of the birds despite having reptile traits. Ah, I see what they're doing here. I see what they're doing here. But yeah, glad to see Raiden Shogun here. She sounds...
Suppose. As senior consultant to Rhodes Island.
Okay, yeah, she's raised the pitch a little bit. Hold on. Hold on, let me just check something real quick. Just seeing her reminds me of this funny thing that happened in the same Amogus thing what you guys showed before, but and Yatko being
I found the body.
Hold on, where was it? Yeah.
Seen Among Us as the tired.
So this Raiden Shogun is Anne Yatko because she voices Raiden Shogun in Genshin.
Anne, what do you have to say about that?
Okay, in my defense, I was hanging out at the tree.
That's where the murders are! How is that a defense? How is that a defense? You literally...
Why would you say tree? I panicked and I was like, what are the rooms in this level? Tree! Ah!
Please actually be an imposter.
Oh man. And Yatko being funny. VAs can be very funny. So I don't know. I don't know what's in their blood or what they eat, but it seems like generally they are funny and exciting people. I guess it's part of their job. Hold on, what? Oh wow, I've been streaming for 4 hours? Okay, I need to wrap up. I'm actually exhausted. Okay. Thank you for all the who's it? The pointing towards these fascinating roles and casts in Arknights. Do show me more next time. Feel free to do so. I love seeing things like these. Creative new things that haven't been done very often. And I love seeing new things happen. As I said, if it's not good, it might as well be new. But as for today, I'm wrapping up stream here. I'm extremely tired. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I actually meant to cut it a bit shorter than this, but hey, I'm glad to stay here longer and chat with you guys and react to things like these and lose my mind once in a while. Anyhow, thank you guys for swinging by and everyone else who swung by today. I'll be back again next week, so long as nothing weird happens with more... I'll be honest, I haven't thought what I'm gonna do next week. If only... Caspar, don't bring my weakness into this. But yeah, I stream every Friday, 12:30 EST. So I'll be back again next week, so long as nothing weird happens. Hope you guys have a good weekend and a good week. And I'll be seeing y'all next time. Hope keep an eye on the Reverse 19. Oh yeah, I was gonna check that out. Maybe I'll check that out next week. I don't know. I haven't figured out what I'm gonna check out next week. Maybe I'll check out 1999. Who knows? I'll think about it. But yeah, I have a good day, good rest of the day, and I'll be seeing you guys next time. Halfman, go out. Where's the ending?